Okay, we are streaming again. Let's see if we're hitting the studio and see if we can get everybody back who's listening. And we'll take it from there. We're going to just keep plugging and get right into it. First thing we'll do, of course, is see if we can get the call going again and have Aristides doing his blurb with the meet now. We're going to go to the infinite call, press that audio button, see if our man answers. Okay. All right. Hopefully he does what he needs to do. Okay. There we are. So, my dear
So,
man, okay,
yeah,
we are streaming, and let's see if you can do that blurb. Take your time,
we're
and do you
okay.
want to wait a few seconds on that while I just check a few things, make certain everything is
Go ahead.
not yet, not yet. We're gonna make certain people are catching up on us
Yeah.
again, and we want people to
Okay.
kind of regather around the fire.
Uh,
We're gonna ask our dear friend Brendan Zoget to hide the other video. We're not gonna delete it. We're not gonna delete it. We're gonna hide the earlier stream. And so the earlier stream, he'll be able to ascertain which one that is if he goes into the studio. So, dear Brendan Zoget, if you're listening, feel free to do that. We're going to, we had a good lot of people listening, so of course they cut us off as soon as I started talking about Israel. We're just going to have to keep trying. And remember, we are living under a Zionist occupation government, and this is the resistance. So we're doing what we can. It's war, and bullets are nowhere near as powerful as information. So they're just going to keep hitting us, and we're just going to have to keep going. Eventually, one of us will have to give. That's historically, it's going to be them. That's all right. So we've got the confirmation from YouTube that we are live via the Google email, via my Gmail. Want to make sure about that. What I'm going to do now is just grab my tea off the nightstand. Well, if our friend is ready to do his bit in a second, let's click on this. Make sure that everybody start hitting those upvotes, and we got this going live. It looks like we're as good to go as we can be, considering what we are going through, which is an endless siege. We're going to wait until everyone returns, our good deal of people returns, before we start getting serious again. That'll give me some time to put some links in. So, let me grab my tea off this nightstand while Aristides burns the bandwidth with a blurb. Sound good? Sound good?
all right. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll do that. We'll try to do a quick one so we get right back to it. But yeah, please make sure to hit the upvote. It's very important. Shows your support, but also keeps the algorithm on the up and up. There are downloads placed. You can't see them. That's typical. But what's not typical is there are people that specifically do that to do just the opposite. So please hit the upvote, thumbs up. Make sure you're subscribed. If you can't see it on the program window, do go to the Douglas's main page, front channel front page. It should be indicated there. And make sure you're subscribed, even if you had in the past. Could have come undone. And turn on that notification bell so that you get the handy pop-up about the program starting, which I'm just getting there myself and doing this, just like I said, thumbs up. And you have to be logged into YouTube to do this. Please make an account. I did confirm that you need a Google account for YouTube. So you need an account to do those things, and you can make channels under that account. Actually, each of them can do its own upvoting. Each of them publishes its own content if you wish. You don't have to. It's just another sub identity on your under your account. There's no separate login. You can share the YouTube link. That will be the same. Make sure to preferably share the part 2, assuming that he gets to go on longer than whatever that one was.
Thank you. Important point.
An hour, barely an hour. Or Yeah, so you can share the YouTube link. That will stay the same. Please share it out wherever you deem fit, and maybe some places people would not deem fit. You know, just do it. especially if it's anonymous. Just do it, because while you still can, because Israel's making very clear that they do not like anonymous posting online for certain reasons. So that may go away. Yeah, no, I'll send along a video, but they basically, I think, said that. It's like, and they're also they're doing a power play, taking control of TikTok and X or something, or basic, right? Something's happening there.
Well, TikTok is communist Chinese, so they're making a deal with them, and the Trump is making a deal with them at least. But the Zionists are pretty. How would I say it? They feel at the moment that communist China is an enemy, quote unquote, or at least a threat of a sort. So they're more aligned with India, which of course is historically antithetical to communist China, though Trump is trying to force India into a geopolitical alignment. But that's complicated geopolitics.
Who's aligned with India?
Israel is aligned with India in what's called the Garuda Combine for food security, etc. But they are, and India is traditionally antithetical to communist China. They've had several wars and conflicts, or at least border skirmishes. But Trump is trying to force India into a kind of alignment with communist China now that he's in bed with communist China via the TikTok. But it's like, so it's all quite complicated, but that's for another time. There we are.
Well, the end result is very simple. You're not going to be able to say what you want.
Yeah.
Especially if it criticizes Israel. So.
Yes. Thank you. Or communist China, for that matter.
Yeah,
but that depends on whether you're using Zoom or TikTok. But go on.
Right. So, I did note that. I don't have specific details or a link to send at the moment, but I'm sure it's out there on the news. There's a couple different ones. The one, it's really whatever minister for... let me look. Who is this? I don't know where it was. Their minister for whatever it was, information or something like that. Saying stuff, and then another one. Let's see. Yeah, I got one. But these are like videos. It's not links. It's just the video. Like I'd have to send the actual video. So a minute. Netanyahu complaining about anonymous posting and saying, what is it? Drones. And TikTok and X are the main battlefields of the world right now. It's basically, and they intend to not be gotten the best of in the cyber part of the Great War.
Yes. Okay, so
cut you off. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Well, definitely, we're still kind of waiting on people to come around here. And we're going to hope on Brendan to hide the other episode so that people don't get locked onto that, because that's what's going to happen. People will get... This is one of the reasons that they cut us off. First, whenever they pull an attack like this, what's called a DDoS, it is a dedicated denial of service attack. And the dedicated denial of service attack is quite easy in my case, because they basically have a telephone pole across the street, which is equipped with a full array of electronic implements by which to shut down my internet in particular. It's all quite simple, actually, when you think about it or actually dwell upon it for even a moment, or anybody who's observed the telephone pole directly across the street has noted that it's pretty tweaked out. And since it's tweaked out, it can shut down the program at any given time with the flip of a switch or the press of a button. It's something that they do, obviously, nightly now. And the reason that they do that is as soon as they do that, half the audience leaves and will never come back. In fact, it's everybody leaves and will never come back. It's generally speaking, you'll never get the numbers back that you started with. And but we're fighting for the record at this point, and it's quite easy to just say, fuck it, give up on it. The majority of people listening don't contribute, so it's kind of like it's not like I owe anybody anything. But such having been said, we're going to continue with the struggle anyway, and just hope people keep coming back. Let them. But it is your war, and you've got to fight it, and it takes money to fight a war. In order to keep me doing something, which is obviously important, or the kikes wouldn't be taking us down. If you want things to keep going the way they've been going, and they've been going into the sewer, just keep letting the kikes do what they do. But if you want a better world, well, you need to support the son of Adolf Hitler, and he sure as hell needs your help. So get those contributions coming. Mary says, love you, sweetheart. I love you too, Mary. And we're back in the fight. And hopefully we'll get our numbers back. We got half them back now, but we're going to try and get up towards that again. So we might take a little bit of time meandering. If anybody wants to come on and help with conversations, that's fine. Other than that, other members of Team Dietrich who haven't been showing up, it's the way, it's the nature of the beast. You're born alone, you die alone. There's very few people you can count on, but Aristides is definitely one of them, and we're grateful for that. Okay, so love you, Mary. Here we are. And make certain this gets entered. And with that, we're going to take a look around at some other topics until things get high in the numbers again. Let's see if we can regather the numbers while talking about something else for the moment, a little less distressing to the kike.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so let me take a look at immigration. Just going to make certain that I'm essentially up to date on some of the info concerning immigration, what's been going on with that.
Let me take a peek what else is going on here, if I had anything saved.
There we go. Oh, no worries. I'll go into it. Now, in broken news... In broken news, the Trump misadministration has asked the SCOTUS, the COTUS, the Supreme Court of these United States, to rule on birthright citizenship. The Trump misadministration asked the Supreme Court to definitively rule on whether the president's executive order purporting to end automatic birthright citizenship is constitutional. The 12 appeals arising from cases in Washington State and New Hampshire will likely determine once and for all whether the contentious proposal can move forward. Enter the Trump card. Well, gold card, actually. Not a credit card, but a new pathway to immigration, offering wealthy foreigners a fast track to permanent residency in these United States. Launched on Friday into the weekend by executive order alongside a restrictive new update to the H-1B program, the Trump Gold Card offers potential immigrants a trade in exchange for $1 million United States dollars plus processing fees, as if they couldn't cover that within that well-rounded price. The government will give you an EB-1 or EB-2 visa. The misadministration is hoping to add an even more exclusive tier in the form of the $5 million Trump Platinum Card, which will give recipients 270 days' residency in these United States with no tax on non-American income, meaning you can basically use America Now as an offshore account. For money laundering, of course that crashed and burned. Nobody was willing to pay 5 million United States dollars, not even the great multi-billionaires, because they don't need to. Nobody needs to do that. And the paltry benefits you get therefrom, per this arrangement, don't make it worthwhile. They're offshoring wherever the fuck they want. Bermuda, other islands, literally offshore places that are owned by the Commonwealth of English-speaking nations. In other words, the Greater British Empire, or the Third British Empire, in effect, of offshoring and money laundering. A criminal empire, as was the first two before it. America cannot compete with that because it already exists. Therefore, it crashed and burned, and Trump took 80% or 85% off of that price to knock it down to this $1 million gold card. I mean, you would weep for him if you only had a heart. The EB1 and EB2, by the way, for those of you who don't even know what these visas, why these funny acronyms, they're employment-based, hence the EB, employment-based visas that have historically been reserved for foreigners of extraordinary and exceptional, actual words, not my terms, ability, among other highly qualified professionals. The number following EB denotes a recipient's importance on the world stage, believe it or not. United States Citizenship and Immigration Services suggests that a Pulitzer Prize or an Olympic medal might be part of winning an EB1 application. It seems to go to all-purpose celebrities as well, such as the former supermodel Melania Trump. Professionals with advanced degrees could consider applying for an EB2. In other words, brain power is less valuable to Americans than star power. That the $1 million Trump Gold Card now qualifies as a sufficient evidence that the individual will substantially benefit the United States evinces that this misadministration thinks personal riches are a superpower of their own. The concept of a pay-to-play residency permit isn't all that new. This is, of course, a capitalist empire. First instituted during the George H.W. Bush administration, the EB-5 visa is open to applicants who invest upwards of $800,000 into American businesses. It is far from a perfect program and has been abused as a vehicle for fraud, but its focus on investment in the American economy makes it decidedly different from the Trump Gold Card, which asks for an unrestricted an unmonitorable, basically a bribe, an unrestricted gift to the Department of Commerce that the government can use as it sees fit. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick initially said that a gold card would replace the EB-5, but Friday's executive order makes no mention of the program at all. While the vestigial EB-5 asks for a direct injection of capital, Manhattan's Hudson Yards was developed in part by EB-5 funds. The Department of Commerce will put its gold card war chest to work to promote commerce and American industry, which is a mandate, broad enough to encompass both new investment in public housing and also just paying off the government's debt. In fact, Trump said on Friday that the gold card windfall will generally go to pay down debt. Whether or not it intends to, the Trump Gold Card is saying something profound about what and whom the misadministration values in this 2025th year in our Lord. A lot fewer people have Olympic medals than have $1 million in their bank accounts. Still, the Trump Gold Card gestures at a world where the ability to generate, or rather, in most cases, simply inherit money is enough to justify a shortcut to United States residency. Asked back in February about whether a Russian oligarch could apply for the planned gold card, Trump replied, "Yeah! Hey, I know a lot of Russian oligarchs that are very nice people!" But of course. So this is essentially a Russian immigration escape card. It's a get out of jail, but not for free card from the Putinist empire into these United States. No doubt to act on behalf of President Putin once they're here. Super moles is what that's called in the espionage game. It's what people thought Mikhail Gorbachev was in his own way. A kind of super mole. Somebody who's a defector who actually serves the purposes of the enemy empire. Such having been articulated, the Gold Card's premium presentation seems to double down on the promise of membership in an elite society, very similar to the old Soviet nomenklatura or their intelligentsia. Its website looks almost like a techno startup's, with a sleek minimalist aesthetic courtesy of the National Design Studio, a federal initiative created by Executive Order Yestermensis last month and led by a co-founder of Airbnb, the Tesla board member and Doge affiliate Joe Gebbia. A far cry from the typical sclerotic government site, TrumpCard.gov invites visitors to begin their application for residency much as they might begin their application for a credit card, with just a few short questions. No onerous details required up front. The American dream has always been at least partly financial. Here, you can plant your flag, start your business, and exercise your newfound freedom in a way that's conducive to economic mobility. But the Trump Gold Card reformulates the dream as a toll. Secretary Leutnick reportedly affirmed that this new paradigm presents some shape of the future for American visas, although he wasn't very specific. Per CBS News, he said, "In less than a month, the other visa green card categories are likely to be suspended. This'll be the model by which people can come into the country. So much for your tired, your poor, your huddled masses. This misadministration is more interested in those who have already hit it big." And our man Brendan, of course, says that the American tea cultists probably will try to buy it. I can imagine that, even though they won't even need it, just to support his insanity. Speaking of big, consider the perverse consequences of America's $100,000 H-1B visa fees. The new $100,000 United States dollar fee for H-1B visas, which are used by American firms to hire foreign graduates, was met with dismay in India, which supplies most of our talent. The new charge will indeed cause some headaches for companies in India's booming services sector, but they will also enjoy an, well, I'll call it a collateral boost, as offshoring to India and other countries will only accelerate now, with the pace of accelerationism being manifest in rhetorical change on the Russo-radicalized right. When a person is naturalized as a United States citizen, they receive not just a new citizenship, but also typically a few other objects: an American flag, a copy of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, and a greeting from the president. Of these, the last is the most ephemeral, just a form letter, but it can reveal a great deal about how the writer thinks about the empire that he leads. Now, Yesterday, last week, if I remember correctly, the White House released Donald Trump's new version of the letter. In both misterms, it took Trump months to get around to replacing his predecessor's missive. Although the Trump misadministration has both cracked down on illegal immigration and sought to curtail legal immigration, the letter is warm and welcoming. Where the letter diverges from those of most past presidents is in its vision of these United States, which Trump sees as founded not on ideas or ideals, but on culture and tradition. For Trump, our empire is less a melting pot where different cultures combine harmoniously than a crucible where foreign nations are burned off and a homogeneous mix emerges. To quote it from his writ, "America has always welcomed those who embrace our values, assimilate into our society, and pledge allegiance to our country. By taking this oath, you have forged a sacred bond with our nation, her traditions, her history, her culture and her values. Now, many philosophers have historically argued that citizenship bestows freedoms but also confers obligations upon those who hold it. Yet Trump's reframing is more than a nod to these duties, or those responsibilities, I should say. It's also a move away from a focus on the intellectual underpinnings of the American project, which was an essential message for past presidents, regardless of party. I am relying in some cases here on copies of the letters posted online by recipients, but as far as can be ascertained, Joe Biden wrote, "In making this journey to America, you have done more than move to a new place. I'm so sorry. He was so fucking senile. His next sentence was, "You have become part of an idea." Now, Bill Clinton expressed something similar in different terms, writing, "You now share in a great experiment, a nation dedicated to the idea that all of us are created equal, a nation with profound respect for individual rights." Now, George W. Bush wrote that Americans are united across the generations by grand and enduring ideals. It's like, thank you. It's so moving. I'm tearing up. Now, some presidents have also discussed the importance of democratic engagement. Per the writ of George H.W. Bush the Sr., "I ask you to pray for the strength and soul of our nation, and I encourage you to actively participate in shaping its future." Barack Hussein Obama implored, "I encourage you to be involved in your community and to promote the values that guide us as Americans." Here Brendan asks, "Then why did they exile Cat Stevens?" By the way, let me ask him this question just to, make sure. The other episode at Brendan. There we are. Okay, good. Sure he did, but I'm just following up on that. And anyhow, all that having been said, Trump, who has demonstrated his skepticism of protest and basic democracy, maketh no such suggestions. Trump's new letter is also different from the one he sent in his first term, and not only because it's shorter and his signature is even more Twombly-esque, as it's an abstraction as he gets increasingly senile. It's become less and less of a signature and more of he'll be resorting to a thumbprint next. It's basically
I hid the other episode.
Oh, bless you. You have no idea how.
When you click on live stream, it'll just take you straight to the current.
God bless you. It's thanks to that we're getting our numbers back. Without that, we would not have got.
Yeah, well, to be fair, they did look similar, and yeah, I do that sometimes.
Yeah.
And your intros are similar, so it's hard to tell for the first few minutes. By the way.
Yeah. No, I can imagine. No, I get it. It's
because you're very formatted, just naturally.
Thank you. I mean, I appreciate that. By the way, since while you're here, how you doing?
Oh shit. I mean, I'm doing okay. I'm doing fine.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, we love you dearly, and thank you so much for your service. Believe me, this show would be impossible without Aristides, yourself, and other valuable members of Team Dietrich. But believe me, you two are you're the.
Yeah, and I was joking about Cat Stevens. I mean, I don't like he was obviously like a crazy Muslim.
Oh yeah, no, he was extreme. He went totally extreme.
Or what would we call it? He just took it on as like an ideological thing.
Oh yeah.
I don't think he was that religious. He could have been, but
it was, let's just say he went nuts. He turned
Right.
into a rabid misogynist of all
Right.
things. There's a absolutely bizarre parallel between him and, let's look this up, Muslim Pig comic book. For those of you who do not know, there was a comic book writer who was he was an illustrator who published his own comic for years, and it was now no, there's some stupid guy that I'm getting on the search. They just don't get it. There was this pig who was like seeking gold all the time. He was a Muslim. It was because the Muslims don't eat pigs, so the pig would become a Muslim. It had
Yeah.
sense to it. Pig searching for gold all the time. They probably have taken this out and just scrubbed it from the internet. But this guy had this bizarre parallel to Cat Stevens in that he started off as this comic book that everybody thought was neat. It's like a pig who's playing the part of Conan. But then the pig just got more and more misogynist and extreme in expressing the writer's philosophy.
Right.
It became like a Cat Stevens trip. So yeah, okay. So that
Yeah.
being said, that's what I think of. So
Yeah.
all
And
yeah,
I wonder if the gold card like supersedes, like if you get kicked out because you were like a drug kingpin,
yeah,
if you could just buy the Trump card and come back in. Like, do
guaranteed.
they actually take that into account, or you're saying they just have a separate website deliberately for so it just doesn't go through any government checks?
They answered that, or Trump himself answered that when they asked him, "What about Russian oligarchs, who by very nature are going to be criminal? They're going
Yeah.
to be criminal in
Well,
nature."
he made it just for them. I mean, he said
Yes.
they're good people. Yeah, I
Yeah,
remember.
that's what he said. He says, "I know the Russian oligarchs, and they're all good people." So yes, he made it just for them, and that's criminal in
Yeah,
its
to him,
nature.
green equals good.
Yes,
Green means good.
yes, that's right. Oh my God. Yeah, but I can tell by his signature that he's losing it. It's you know how when somebody's signature becomes all shaky and shit and tremulous,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
yeah, it's bad. He can't hold the pen in his hands. So it's he's like
Well,
just
when are they going to break out the auto rider?
yeah,
Like,
yeah, I'm sure you will. They'll have to at some point because his signature is just illegible. Like I said,
right.
it's this Twombly-esque abstraction. It's he's just this far from an X. So but all such being said, he honestly you and Aristides both can testify to this. I was just getting into Netanyahu, and I said yeah, we're hitting it
Yeah,
tonight, and oh yeah, they took me off just
he's so like, I love that he's eloquent and the way he speaks, and he's like fluent in all these languages. He's such a good diplomat, like just he's one of my favorite people. The way he just keeps his strength in the face of all this evil and oppression.
oh yes,
Love him.
yes. That's yeah. Hopefully they'll keep us on just for that. Yeah, that's
Yeah, so strong.
yeah.
He's
Just
probably the strongest guy I know.
yeah. Oh yeah. Well, somebody who could take that much hate and just keep smiling. Yeah, he feeds off it. Yeah, he's like Trump.
It's a talent. It's a true talent.
It's genetic. It's pure evil. So something to do with that. Anyhow, when it comes to Trump, unity has never held much interest for him. But where his first letter, in his last midterm to immigrants, had a mention of mutual kinship and affection, the new one puts no emphasis on any collective bonding whatsoever. And where Trump used the word nation only once in his first midterm, he mentions it 4 times now, capitalized each time. Neither letter uses the word immigrant once, as Obama's did, much less calls the United States a nation of immigrants, as Biden's did. This conceptual shift to a nation, the term often connected outside of these United States to an ethnic polity, meaning basically a homogeneous ethnostate, is part of a broader rhetorical change on the right. Vice President J.D. Vance made it most forcefully in his nomination acceptance speech last summer. That white summer everybody talked about, or the white boy summer that was so advertised and placed on tchotchkes by, Char Kirk himself, Charlie Kirk. To quote as J.D. Vance, "One of the things that you hear people say sometimes is that America is an idea. And to be clear, America was indeed founded on brilliant ideas like the rule of law and religious liberty, things written into the fabric of our Constitution and our nation. But America is not just an idea. It is a group of people with a shared history and a common future. It is, in short, a nation." Which is not the classic definition at all, and that's incredibly abstracted. A nation is a regional perimeter of defense for, generally speaking, a culture state. We had our dear John's just sent an image right now, just taking a look at that. There we are, Cat Stevens, who's basically now singing Osama bin Laden. Imagine Osama bin Laden if he was singing for his supper, and that's Cat Stevens, who used to be a hippie, a free-loving hippie, who then turned into a free-hating Muslim. At any rate, I guess love, hate, give it out for free, and people eat it up one way or another. You'll always find an audience. Now, the misadministration's ongoing.
Is that really him?
Yeah. That's I believe it because I've seen him. He looks like that. Yeah, that's how he looks. Raghead and shit.
He went the full, he really committed. Gotta give him that.
Oh no, he's like, dude. He's like.
He went into the desert and shit.
Dude, he's throwing bombs. That dude's throwing bombs. Cat Stevens is like he's out for blood.
Holy crap. So he went the full 9, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm surprised you didn't know that. He was like.
Well, I knew slightly, but I didn't realize it was to that level.
Yeah.
I thought this was like Salman Rushdie, where he's still westernized.
No. Oh no, no. He's like no. You see him now, and he's compare him to Osama bin Laden.
I thought he was just like an author. What's the word for that?
Like one of those
pundit.
Yeah, pundits. No. He's like full blown. Out in the desert, living in caves. And I don't mean like a Sufi, not like a Sufi, but like a terrorist. He's living like a militant.
Yeah, he went full blown. This guy.
Yeah,
that's impressive. I mean, that's honestly for the dedication. He gets like an A+ for dedication.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other picture. Yeah.
Yeah, of Osama bin Laden singing. God. Yeah, I know. He's actually just talking, but it looks like he's doing karaoke. Yeah, I love it. It's so everybody remember we got to hit the upvotes, and everybody of course remember to contribute. It's but other than that. For what it's worth, got a notification now that Oregon's suing the Trump misadministration to halt deployment of National Guard troops in Portland, where of course this is what all the meeting of all those generals is about. Is his idea of a Department of War is civil war, that he's going to attack half the United States, the Democratic half. So that's the kind of war he's envisioning.
Well, are they too chicken to start? Not that I want them to, but they're too chicken to start in Cali, or I guess they already did, but.
They already did with their arson campaign, but, I'm sure they're going to inch their way towards California.
Because, I mean, Oregon has, the economy is, falling apart. Apparently, they have more layoffs than any other place in the U.S. right now. They're just, their economy's falling out the bottom.
You know why I don't believe that? That would imply they had people employed in the first place. I don't believe that. Yeah, the economy can't be falling apart in Portland, Oregon, those places, because there never was one. As far as I'm concerned, all you got up there are people with guns who are killing each other for food. I mean, they're
yeah. Well, a friend of mine moved up there, and he said it's just all mess. It's just everyone's drugged out.
Oh yeah.
There's no jobs really.
Well, that's the economy. It's
and it's with all these people that move out of California, it's I get it, but their main motivation is, it's cheaper to live there, and it's Yeah,
No.
but cheaper to live there means the wages are lower, so there's no point.
There's no point in moving because once you're out there, the first thing you do is you realize, hey, I've got no services. There's no services. It's like you're on your own. If you want to know why everyone has guns, because calling the police don't mean shit.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah, it's you need your guns, you need your meth, and that's basically all you've got up there. That's
all you got.
Yeah, it's it's pathetic. It's really sad. It's what other news have you got on that? Any other thoughts? By all means, it's share them. But when it comes,
just that. Yeah. I think there's like in Washington and Oregon, there's a Japanese population of retirees.
Mm-hmm.
Like when they want to like, I guess travel, they'll like buy like a little cabin in those places because it's like quiet.
Yeah.
Pollution free and all that. That's about.
No,
that's about it.
They like the environment. Yeah. And let me replace this with a hobby.
But the cities are totally gutted. His job prospects are very slim.
Yeah, well, I'd say they're not slim. They're slim to none. I mean, that's like he's got they got nothing going down up there. And so our man T-Tanks has got any charts, for the meth up there. He's showing some meth being poured out. This is the kind of ice we like. Yeah. Keeps going all night long. Yeah. So that being said, the misadministration's ongoing attack on free speech and the rule of law make Vance's acknowledgement and Trump's.
Oh, I do have one more thing before you get back, just to poke fun at He-Tank. Apparently did I show you that so one of these online journalist people was like, there's like a bunch of missing people in like Marin all the way north through San Rafael all the way up to like Ukiah.
Oh, the serial killer!
Missing girls.
The serial killer! Yeah, go on!
So these people are putting strings on the map, like, like that Charlie Day meme where he has all the red strings on the map. So they did that with these girls that went missing the last couple of years in like north of San Francisco, all the way up the coast. And they said, high likelihood of a Marin County serial killer, or whatever county. It's actually past Marin County. Yeah. But yeah, so I was joking and I said, I hope it's not T-Tank.
Yeah. Well, we know it's not. He's too gentle. He's too gentle a fellow. Yeah, but definitely be on the alert, T-Tank. There's he's not surprised, I'm sure. There's
oh yeah, he's probably talked to the guys.
Yeah,
like
probably met
you know how people were having a dinner with one of the big ones.
Yeah. Oh yeah, well of course, like Peter Moon with the Golden State Killer, of course. Yeah, that's
that. But there was the other guy where he was cooking people in his home, and then he would bring stuff to the potluck.
Ed Geins, I mean, well, this is actually common. Ed Geins was doing that with his female victims, turning them into venison.
Then he'd bring like soup to the potluck or chili. And then later on, the coworkers found out he was cooking people in the same pot. Stuff is just like, dang.
Yes.
That's rough.
It's that talk about a bad day. When you there was aside from that, there was just along the serial killer line, we could go into a detour here, but the people who were up in the Pacific Northwest. What was his name? Dennis Ng? I think it was Dennis Ng. And Dennis Ng was with the other white guy whose name I can't remember. But I remember Dennis Ng because he was Asian. He was a former Marine. And they would just put out ads in the paper for singles and switch hitters, for people who were swinging singles and swinging couples. And they'd come up there to have sex with them in their bunker, and they wound up torturing to death in snuff films, keeping them in prison in snuff films, torture chambers that they built in these bunker systems that they were originally bomb shelters. Disgusting. So yeah, there's all kinds of people like that. They're it's easy to run across a serial killer, far easier.
It's almost like America's like serial killer world. Like the whole country is like every once in a while. There's one in Austin. There's like a bunch of people going missing around Austin, and they think it's there's like theories that it's all those, all those stand-up comedians that Rogan keeps bringing over there. Like one of them, like Tom Segura was like, they thought it was him for a while.
That's easy.
These like
to
famous
believe.
LA comedians.
Yeah.
They, like every time they go on tour, someone goes missing and shit.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, that's easy to believe.
But there's definitely one in Austin, like
Yeah.
that no one, for some reason they can't track down, but all the internet sleuths can, like I said, put all the pins on the board,
Yeah.
And correlate, targets and shit. So anyways.
Yeah. By the way, there's Charles Ng. It's Charles Ng. Charles Ng. Thank you. Appreciate that from T-Tankberry. He gave us the image of Charles Ng, who's all bloated now because he's on all the antipsychotics. So he's on all the. He actually escaped from prison in Hawaii from a maximum security Marine Corps prison because he actually was in a military brig. And
this guy is crazy. This guy's on a level.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, he used to be a lot skinnier, and but he's eaten a lot in prison. They feed him well, apparently. That combined with the antidepressants and antipsychotics bloat you out like mad. But
do you remember that video I sent you recently where those TikTok kids went to bail out people from jail?
Oh yeah, tell people about that. It's like all the people want to be in jail. They want to be in jail for 3 hots and a cot. It's warm.
Yeah, they were just like, saying who can I bail out? They would like give the bailiff like $1,000 and say, oh, I want to pay someone's bail, and the guy would come out and say, who are you people? Why did you get me released?
Yeah,
I hate you. I fucking hate you.
Yeah. Oh,
he's like, I had food. I was warm.
Yeah.
You guys ruined my life.
Yeah. I gotta get back in. The first thing I have to do is commit another crime to get back in. Yeah, and Leonard Lake. That was the partner with Charles Ng. Leonard Lake.
Okay.
Yeah. So our man found.
How are there so many in America though? I mean, it's insane. The stats are just crazy.
Well, we'll get back to that. It's a demonic anti-culture. It's a demonic anti-culture, and it comes from the bleed off from Israel, which I'll get into. So at any rate, but definitely appreciate your coming on and checking in with us. There's
I have to go.
Okay, well, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. For God's sake, make it home safe. But there's that photograph of how Dennis Ng used to look. And so Charles Ng, I keep calling him Dennis, Charles Ng. Yeah, and how he looks now is like totally different. It's like you'd think they were completely different people. But he used to be like a really malevolent martial arts type, more slim and svelte and dangerous as hell. That's all changed, obviously. But there you go with that. Thank you. So our dear Brendan, let's see if he's still on the call. He's off the call.
That dude's last name is just 2 letters, NG.
Yeah, Ng. Yeah, just 2 letters. Yeah, that's Vietnamese.
Oh, so actually. This is San Quentin. These are the people you wanted me to go work with?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. It's worth the money. Yeah, for that money.
Yeah, shooting the shit with these guys.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I bet.
Dude, how is it any different from the type of people are working with every day? There's no difference between them and the people you meet in prison.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Tell them.
After seeing what I saw, they're all criminal level.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, they all got some crime going down. Feel free to vent. Yeah, honestly, it's you may as well.
It's nonstop. It's nonstop.
Yeah, seriously, you may as well be working in San Quentin.
Actually, maybe it's not a bad idea.
Thank you. Here we are. So here's the bit of history from T-Tankberry. In 1982, federal authorities raided the mobile home Ng and Lake shared in Ukiah. And poster boards and pot. Those were the 2 major industries of Ukiah. Now it's just poster boards since they legalized pot.
And meth.
Yeah, and meth. Thank you. seizing a large stash of illegal weapons and explosives. Lake was released on bond, but he jumped bail and hid at a remote cabin owned by his wife, Clairline Balaise, in Wilseyville, a community in Calaveras County located in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. Ng was captured and returned to Marine Corps custody and pleaded guilty to the charges of theft and desertion. Under the terms of this plea deal, he was paroled and dishonorably discharged in 1984 after serving 18 months in the military stockade at the United States Disciplinary Barracks at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. And then we've got the Speed Freak Killers. These guys look familiar to you? Meth, murder, and mayhem in San
And they're
Quentin
all in the
State.
military. It's like almost
course.
wonder how that happens.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, because they're unemployable. I mean, if you think the guys you're working with are bad, imagine people so unemployable that they turn themselves into an armed prison camp. Except there's no arms because they don't give them to you till you're actually entering action. You know, it's a fucking joke. Yeah, all that being said, yeah, thank you. Important point to be made. We live in a prison rape anti-culture, as I've always said.
And all those counties like north of basically Santa Rosa.
Yeah.
There's like no one out there. It's all drugs and, out in the countryside.
Drugs and guns.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
it's basically like an extension of Oregon all the way up through Oregon to Seattle. It's all just those kind of people.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's people you never want to meet. You don't want to meet. Generally speaking,
definitely not safe to just wander.
It's Children of the Corn from the Stephen King franchise, which has gone on forever. You have no idea how many films are part of that franchise. It goes on and on. You know why? Because all they need to do is they go to the Pacific Northwest and they film everyday life, and they've got a new Children of the Corn entry that they put into the Stephen King franchise. Those are documentaries that, as far as I'm concerned, they're not even, they're not fiction. They're just documentary. It's like, just bring your camera up there and you can do it too. It's like, if you want to relive the Blair Witch Project, just drive up there and go. You'll be experiencing it. You'll live the moment. Just
you'll get to see stuff. Yeah, you'll definitely see stuff.
Yeah, all people will find is your camera. That's the only memory they'll have of you is that camera and the footage that they find on it. And believe me, you'll be screaming. That'll be the last footage of you. Will be your screams. Sammy was seriously concerned about your mental and physical health after you visited the crypt. By the way, did you tell people you didn't leave unscarred? That's
well, I mean, definitely, yeah. I don't recommend it. Definitely not. I mean, there's so much to say about it. Really, honestly,
well, every time you come here,
I mean, I've recovered. But I had to do heavy mold detoxes and, literally bathe in mold detoxifying herbs. And I'm still not recovered. So he's right in that sense. Yeah. Definitely not fit for humans. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, but the dead love it. You can tell people about that. The dead were active. They were happy to see you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I was gonna actually say something about. You remember those AI photos people were making of you?
Yeah.
Where it showed you like in a high rise with all the sun was streaming in and the breeze.
Yeah.
And you were sitting there with your laptop. It was all beautiful. It's like that's nothing. It wasn't like that. It was like the exact opposite.
Yes, thank you. Yes. No, this is done.
It was like going underground into like where the dead are, but imagine a bunch of books. It's like a library for dead people, basically.
Thank you.
That's the only way to describe it.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, it's good words. I mean, by the way, in terms of the Speed Freak Killers, T. Tank Berry brings up their summary history. The total number of mutual victims of Herzog and Shermantine remains unknown and speculative, Both were convicted in the murders of 4 people and believed to be responsible for the deaths of at least 19 people. Both men targeted random victims and killed for fun and sport, in quotation marks. They would go out, in quote, hunting, unquote, shooting individuals to death, and in some cases, kidnapping women, raping them, and stabbing them to death. Afterwards, in Calaveras County, they would dispose of their dead bodies in mine shafts, isolated hillsides, and beneath trailer parks. How do you get beneath a trailer park? What's beneath a trailer park?
Meth can do it. If there's anything that can do it, it's meth. Yeah.
Prior to his arrest, Sherman-Teen frequently told relatives and acquaintances that he had made people disappear around the outskirts of Stockton. Of course, everybody just rolled with that like it was a positive. So, okay, there you go. That's the kind of people.
Well, knowing people out there, they would just say, "Oh, wow,
cool,
good."
Yeah, that's true. They think that's cool. Like,
They wouldn't even they wouldn't question. Obviously, they didn't. So, they wouldn't even question it.
Oh my God. Well,
I remember what.
Yeah, go.
What?
Oh no, continue. You remember?
I said I remember one time we went out there when I was very young, like a child, literally like 7, 8. Mm-hmm. When we went out there to pick up some old Chevrolet truck, right? Yeah. And we went to downtown Stockton, right? Yeah. Like the belly of the beast, where it's like these like older white people that have lived there since the 1800s that have like those kind of like San Francisco style Georgian houses or whatever it's called. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, the old school houses from like the early days, and then the whole city is all surrounded around them, and it's all blacks or different minorities and stuff. Mm. But there was like this one white family that was left, and we went to pick up their truck. Mm. And I shit you not, like, because my dad repaired old trucks. Mm-hmm. It was some vintage truck that you couldn't find it, unless you found it in someone like that's house, right? It had all the bells and whistles, T-Tank would know. It's like a Chevrolet big block. It had all the options, one of the cream of the crop trucks from back in the day. So we went to pick it up, and the guy's last name was Dent. So you can imagine it's kind of some old, prospector looking guy with a beard, and his last name was like Steve Dent or Doug Dent or something. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah.
And so we went there, and I didn't understand when I was a kid what was going on. I was just like, oh, we're just here. And of course, the truck we brought some other person to tow it out and all that. And the truck broke and left us stranded in Stockton overnight, like Jesus for hours Christ. And hours. And I went up to the guy's, we went into the guy's front room, and he said, I wouldn't stand out there if I were you, and I didn't understand. I was like, why not? And he's like, you'll see, shit like that. I thought he was just, it's like trying to scare kids with ghost stories,
Yeah.
But then we went up to his house, and he had like a shotgun propped up on it, like literally sitting on his front door, like propped up.
Wow.
And so that's a bad sign.
Yeah, that's old. Old school.
Yeah.
That's old school.
Yeah, old school. And so he was dripping in munitions and different guns to protect his house. Oh. And I shit you not, like the second the clock struck 12, it was like all these gangsters and people with dreads and like Mexican gangsters, and they all started shooting at each other. I'm not even exaggerating.
Jesus.
It was like instant chaos in the streets. So yeah, that's Stockton for you.
Thank you. Thank you. No, that says it all. I mean, you speak of those...
it got so bad that they were shooting at the police station. Like, you could look this up.
Yeah.
They were taking Tommy guns and shooting the police station a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. I was in that kind of environment in the Acorn projects when they were shooting at us at the we had to have armor. Yeah. We steel plated our balcony because so many shots would come up through the bottom of the balcony that we steel plated it. And then we put our sandbag out there so we could empty our rounds into the sandbag whenever we had to clear our guns. Sometimes the guns would get jammed and you had to clear the gun, and then we'd use the sandbag to empty our rounds into. By the way, we've got a beautiful picture of an old truck from T-Tank Barry in the...
Yeah, let's see if he... Let's see if he probably knew exactly what I was talking about. Let's see.
Yeah, he already got close, I'm sure. There's this movie, if you want to see a catastrophe or just this travesty, this tragedy where they took all these old vintage cars and just sawed
Yeah,
them
that's the
apart.
one.
There you go. There
It
you
was a
go.
little older, but yeah, those are the same style ones.
Yeah,
Yeah.
incredible. Yeah. Well, if you want to see just classic cars just ripped apart and torn, just it was horrible. People were crying. People who were like the construction men on that set were crying while they tore all these old cars apart. Was this stupid movie called Nothing But Trouble, produced in 1991. This stupid ego trip between Dan Aykroyd and who's that other big Jewish guy? Chevy Chase. So Chevy
Yeah.
Chase and Dan Aykroyd just went on this, and John Candy, and they brought in
Yeah.
Demi
You
Moore
know,
with them just to fuck her over, and
of course.
yeah, and apparently Demi Moore um, became this fixation of Chevy Chase while she was on the set. So he started chasing everybody away from her like a pit bull. And she said all he could talk about was himself. That there was nothing else he could talk about. There was nothing
Of
else in the
course.
universe but him. And but it's all these cars
Yeah,
that are in this junkyard.
was he ever in character, or was that just like
That's
he
just
always
him.
seemed like autistic to me or
No,
something?
no, all Chevy Chase ever played was himself. All these actors ever play as themselves. It's not like what it is. What was it that the guy from The
That's not
Shining?
acting.
No, of course it's not acting, but nobody
Jack
acts.
Nicholson.
Yeah, Jack Nicholson. Jack Nicholson is always Jack Nicholson. There's never anything other. Jack Nicholson is never anyone else other than Jack Nicholson. You hire him to be
Yeah.
Jack Nicholson. It's same with
Yeah.
all these guys. You just hire them to be what they are. They're not acting. No, they're projecting a persona. Dan Aykroyd, sadly, was pathetically trying to act in that film, but of course it doesn't. It's just horrible. The whole thing was just horrible. There's no words for it. It's like it's an
Yeah, I don't.
experience. Yeah,
I,
go on.
yeah, that whole era of movies,
Yeah.
I never understood it.
It was just horrible. That
Like
whole National Lampoon
like
thing, all that
Blues
shit. Yeah, it's
Brothers,
not even funny.
National
No, no,
Lampoon.
none of that
Yeah,
is funny. None of it's funny. It's
no,
just these
no.
Jews on a big, masturbation trip where they're just all like, oh, we could just have fun. Yeah, they're having fun. You are
Like
not.
Airplane.
Yeah,
People were saying Airplane was like this cultural mastery
yeah,
because all the old people that used to watch the shows they were in,
yeah,
like Dragnet and shit and all because the actors were all serious, like cop drama show actors.
yeah,
And
yeah,
so when they put them all in Airplane and made them act,
yeah.
and they said it was like psychedelics,
It,
seeing all
it,
these old people, these old
act like
stiffs
idiots.
start
Act like
making
idiots.
jokes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's none of it
I
was
don't
funny.
get it. I
No,
still
no,
don't get
there's
it.
nothing to get. It's nothing to get. It's not. It's. You don't want to get it. It's something. It's a combination. I hate to say it, of over fluoridation or something combined with it.
Cocaine. Back when
Yeah,
the cocaine was
yeah. A
strong or
lot of
something.
coke. A lot of coke. It's like bad. It's toxically cocktailed with other elements, including booze.
Right.
It's just a lot of booze.
Stuff you're not supposed to mix.
Yeah, stuff you're not supposed to mix. It's just all. It's just bad times. We got all our numbers back. We got all our numbers back.
Okay,
Thank God.
okay. I'm gonna go now so I don't derail you.
No, you're not derailing, but definitely drop in anytime you wish. If you want to interject, because you might want to later, just go ahead and do so. You're invited.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of the misadministration of Donald Trump and his ongoing attack on free speech and the rule of law, it all makes Vance's acknowledgement and Trump's in his letter to immigrants of the principles at the heart of the Constitution ring hollow. Even taken at face value, however, this emphasis on Americans' common culture is in tension with the idea that all people are created equal, as the roundsman Adam Server wrote after Vance's speech. If America is a creedal nation, then anyone can be an American. But if real Americans are those who share a specific history, then some of us are more American than others. This is particularly important right now because the Trump misadministration is attempting to redefine what that shared history is. Exempli gratiae by, shall we say, altering history, saying to the Smithsonian, hey, why don't you concentrate on some of the more positive aspects of slavery? And changing that experience into something essentially fictitious, or at the very least ephemeral, well, Trump, as is his nature, depicts citizenship as a kind of deal. Himself so writing, and here I read therefrom, "You have pledged your heart to America, and in return, she offers the boundless promise of freedom and opportunity." Prospective citizens might reasonably wonder whether his government will hold up its end of that bargain. Well, here's the devil's bargain. As I said, we've had a crime. The breaking news was that Michigan authorities have named the suspect in the latest church attack that killed at least 4 victims. Police confirmed that at least 4 are dead and 8 others are critically injured in a shooting and fire at a Michigan church, meaning a massacre and an arson. The shooting happened today at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Grand Blanc, about half a 100 miles north of Detroit. Authorities in Grand Blanc, Michigan have said that the suspect in the attack was identified as the 40-year-old Thomas Jacob Sanford, who was also killed. Now, put this crime respectfully aside at this point in narrative to consider the fact that this is something that our friend Brendan Zogit got online to ascertain whether Peter Moon was still alive. And Peter Moon was raving about the Mormons having killed Charlie Kirk. So some asshole, influenced by that kind of canard, that kind of lunatic narrative, decided that they were going to get the Mormons back. Get back at the Mormons. If this individual had survived, doubtless he would have said, "The Mormons killed my Charlie Kirk." Now, before we get into how this is relevant to the thematic of tonight, and it will become painfully obvious later, as I said, respectfully put it in a compartment for now. Make it that pearl, that grain of sand, rather, that irritates into the pearl. The oyster, of course, is got a grain of sand implanted into it that causes irritation, so it secretes a mucus that gradually becomes the comfortably round pearl around that grain of sand. At its core, consider this that grain of sand. It will become a pearl by end of narrative tonight if we're not taken off bandwidth again. In the meantime, thank Brooke Hagberg for her 100 United States dollars on auto payment, and please do the best you can to arrange for about an equal or at least half that amount in auto payment yourself to keep these narratives coming. Remember, they're important enough for the Zios, the Israelis, to take us out offline in DDoS, these directed denial of service attacks, on a consistent basis when I start the show, to prevent yourself from ever coming back. Because most of the time when they do that, half the audience will leave, indeed the majority of it, and never return. People have returned. And if it's that important to you to do that, by all means, we need your financial aid to keep afloat. So, consider now the curse versus the blessing maps that I've placed by link into the chat room, and take a look at the curse as defined by Benjamin Netanyahu, meaning Iran or Aryan land. Iran is simply the ancient Greek word for Aryan. And what are satrap states stretching all the way to the Mediterranean in black and red, provided on video by Benjamin Netanyahu, and what he considers the blessing, which is Israel triumphant with its satrap satellite states of the Arab nations who have signed on to the Abraham Accords, the Axis of Abraham. And the connection into Europe would be Greece, which considered a Grexit, or a Greek exit from the European Union, not too long ago. And the connection into Asia would be Asian India, or Aryan India, because they hate Muslims and have had several wars that have almost gone nuclear. with Pakistan. Between India to help provide for Israel's food security, because even with over 1 billion people, they produce a surplus of food, and an entryway into Mediterranean Europe, Israel considers the blessing to be the Garuda combine. Garuda, of course, in the Sanskrit is literally the devourer, the mount of Vishnu, I believe, which our man Brendan can come on bandwidth and spank me about that if I've got that wrong. Now, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was met by a mass walkout as he addressed an international community that has condemned and isolated Israel over its devastating mass extermination campaign in the Gaza Strip. Netanyahu hit out in his speech at the United Nations at countries that have moved to recognize Palestinian statehood in recent days, saying their disgraceful decision would encourage terrorism against Jews and against innocent people everywhere, officially disambiguating innocent people everywhere from Jews, and ergo conveying a service in that regard, at the least. When Israeli archaeologists started to excavate the tombs of HaMaccabim, the Maccabees, circa Anno Domini 1996 of the Communal Era, the ancient high priests of Judea, at a site north of Jerusalem, and an ultra-Orthodox rabbi cursed them, calling for their hands to drop off. It was but the latest round at the time in the long-running battle between the rabbis and archaeologists over disinterring of ancient Jewish bones. The ultra-Orthodox hold that the dead must not be disturbed if they are to be resurrected in one piece. To protect their bones, the black-hatted Haredim demonstrate in their thousands, vandalize excavations, and, in extreme cases, employ elaborate curses, bringing death and disease. They say that ritual cursing, with its origin in the esoteric Jewish tradition of mysticism and magic, known as Kabbalah, literally the reception, has proved effective against their enemies in the past. Aharon Kempinski, a well-known archaeologist, was cursed for digging up graves in the path of a main road in Jerusalem circa Anno Domini 1993 of the Communal Era. Within a year, he died of AIDS. 6 years earlier, Yigal Shiloh died of cancer at but 50 years of age, after a curse was placed upon him for excavating the ancient city of Jerusalem. However, circa Anno Domini 1995 of the Communal Era, the Haredim were enraged by Yudi Ilan, a Tel Aviv developer who was building 270 apartments and a parking lot in the old port of Jaffa, which they said desecrated ancient Jewish graves. When mass demonstrations failed to stop him, they threatened him with the pulsa de Nura, literally the fire blaze, the lashes of fire, in the Aramaic, a curse that should have killed him within a year. He still lived through to oversee a real estate project in Cyprus circa Anno Domini 2004 of the Communal Era, although the Haredim took heart when one of his staff died within the year. Not all curses are intended to kill. Some simply call on other Jews to spurn or spit at a person. Other curses specify a punishment such as cancer or economic ruination. One target was Ernst Jaffet of the Bank Leumi, who financed construction of a hotel in Tiberias on the Sea of Galilee. He was accused of desecrating a cemetery, and was thereafter ritually accursed circa Anno Domini 1983 of the Communal Era, becoming involved in a stock market scandal and went to prison. The exact mechanism of the curse is complex and mysterious. In theory, the pulsa de curse should be initiated by 10 rabbis fasting. On the third day of the fast, they stand in a circle around the Torah scrolls. A ram's horn is blown, and the curse is placed on the offender. Not all the curses are to do with excavations and disturbing bones. In the late 1950s, one was placed on Gershon Agron, then mayor of Yerushalayim, for, well, he had opened a swimming pool where men and women could swim together at the same time. A year later, he died of pneumonia. As recently as over a dozen years ago, many Israelis might have taken the bizarre rituals of Kabbalah, with its roots in the Middle Ages, less seriously. But the ultra-Orthodox and the religious parties have only been growing in influence. Over the course of a single generation, they have come to rule both Israel and these United States. The appeal of magic and mysticism was also underlined during the Israeli election in May of 1996, when 150,000 amulets, blessed by an ancient and revered rabbi, were distributed among voters by the ultra-Orthodox party shares. The magic amulets were treated with derision by the Israeli mainstream mass media machine until the election results proved unprecedented gains for shares. The election should have reduced the need for the ultra-Orthodox to employ curses to achieve their ends. With religious parties winning 23 seats in the 120-member Knesset, as well as petitions in the cabinet, they are well placed to close down archaeological excavations legally. Under the previous government, the Attorney General's office had decided a year before that bones should not be considered antiquities. Any bones found must be turned over to the Ministry of Religious Affairs for burial, or rather reburial, or more properly reinterment, within 24 hours. The Professor Ami Mazar, the director of the Archaeological Institute at the Hebrew University in Yerushalayim, has been quoted as saying, "Already we don't excavate ancient cemeteries when we know where they are. Archaeology will only be further hampered when, as proposed, an ancient site can only be examined with a license from the chief rabbi and under the eye of an ultra-Orthodox supervisor." Now the raging against the excavators of Hamaccabean, the Maccabean tombs, or the Maccabean tombs, ended with, well, it all ended when the graves turned out to be of a later date and the archaeological interest waned until the time of the wrath of Korban, when a Ukrainian oligarch admitted to placing a Jewish death curse upon Vladimir Putin. Hennady Korban, who was stripped of his Ukrainian citizenship in July of 2022, has confessed that the Russian dictator is aware of his Kabbalistic hex and is making military decisions based upon it, or upon his awareness thereof. Why haven't Russian troops more forcefully attacked Dnipro, the Ukrainian city that is a spiritual center of the Chabad Hasidic Orthodox movement? According to one provocative Ukrainian Jewish oligarch, the answer is an ancient Kabbalistic curse against Russia's Vladimir Putin. Hennady Korban, who was stripped of his Ukrainian citizenship 4 years ago, told the New Voice of Ukraine, a Ukrainian broadcaster, that he had initiated a curse known as the Pulsa de Nura against Putin, and that the Russian dictator knows he has done so. In an interview that aired on the 11th day in August of 2022, Korban told the New Voice that the Pulsa de Nura is a procedure in which you have to officially warn the enemy or person on whom you want to perform it, so that they know that such a procedure is being initiated against them. I warned Putin. Let him think further and draw conclusions. The Pulsa de Nura is meant for enemies of the Jews, and, according to believers, is supposed to bring about the death of the person upon whom it is placed within a year. If the curse does not work, some people, the people who placed it, will die instead. How deeply the Pulsa de Nura is rooted in Jewish tradition is a matter of debate on degree. Its name, Arameid, for fire blaze, lashes of fire, appears in classical Jewish texts. While its formulation as a curse with a specific procedure, a ceremony performed at night by 10 men over 40 years of age, involving lighting candles, reciting mystical texts, and, according to some, the blowing of the shofars, is argued to be a postmodern corruption of a concept developed by Maimonides, who held that an individual has the right of preemptive self-defense to kill a pursuer who intends to kill him. Fanatics extend this concept to include a Jew whom they consider to be a traitor to his people. In Yitzhak Rabin's, the Prime Minister of Israel's case, by his being willing to give up land deemed promised by God to the Jewish people in exchange for peace. Irregardless, the Polsa Dainura is widely known in Israel itself, where right-wing Orthodox Jews have deployed it against multiple politicians to carve out a government that is effectively a theocracy, incompatible with democracy or the West. And their willingness to resort to violence is not confined to curses. Rabbis on the West Bank openly discussed the legality of killing Yitzhak Rabin, their Israeli prime minister, legally elected no less, in the months before he was assassinated. Extremists placing the curse against Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin shortly before a Jewish extremist killed him in 1995. Their ceremony, held because Rabin was willing to cede land to the Palestinians, is widely understood as a low point in which the abuse of Jewish rights within Israel's polarizing political discourse changed the course of its society, its history, its economy, the course of Israel itself, forever. According to the fortnightly Yerushalayim Report, in October of 1995, on the eve of Yom Kippur, the Jewish Day of Atonement, the holiest day of the year and but the passing of a moon before Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated, a small group of Israeli religious fanatics led by the rabbi Avigdor Eshkin, a member of the ultra-nationalist Kash group, which is opposed to giving up the West Bank. Well, this spiritual contract was put on Rabin's life by rabbis invoking the concept of rodef, literally the pursuer, it is, a Jewish traitor. As a result of his pursuing a peace agreement with the Palestinians based on territorial compromise, Rabin was viewed by numerous rabbis, both in Israel and the diaspora, particularly within these United States, as a rodef and traitor to the Jewish people, deserving of death. By the Rabbi Eshkin's own account, he and his ilk appealed for angels to kill their prime minister but a month before he was shot, while gathered outside the home of Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin on the eve of the holiest day of the Jewish year, wrapped in prayer shawls, whereupon they intoned the ancient Aramaic mystical chant of the Polsa Dainura, again literally fire blaze, the lashes of fire, and issued forth a Kabbalistic curse of death. And upon him, Yitzhak, son of Rosa, known as Rabin, we have permission to demand from the angels of our destruction that they take us the sword to this wicked man, to kill him, for handing over the land of Israel to our enemies, the sons of Ishmael. I deliver unto you the angels of wrath and ire, Yitzhak, the son of Rosa Rabin, that ye may smother him and the spectre of ye, and cast him into bed, and dry up his wealth, and plague his thoughts, and scatter his mind, that he may be steadily diminished until he reaches his death. Put to death the cursed Yitzhak. May he be damned, damned, damned. The rabbi said then that the Pulsa de Nura normally worked in 30 days, which would put the expiry date in early November, when Mr. Rabin was indeed shot dead. After Rabin's assassination 1 moon later, as Israel and the world mourned a grand statesman, Yeshkin boasted of his prowess on Israeli television. The curse had worked. In the wake of Rabin's murder, the ultra-Orthodox are more secretive about curses. They also admit that curses can go wrong, indeed backfire. During the Second Gulf War, the first being between Iran and Iraq, but during Operation Desert Storm, in which I served as a Marine, a curse aimed at the Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein for firing Scud missiles at Israel reputedly failed because the ritual was improperly carried out and the son of one of the rabbis involved died in his stead. The lethal potential of words is the foremost theme of the work titled Murder in the Name of God, subtitled The Plot to Kill Yitzhak Rabin, published in 1998, an account of the Rabin assassination, its aftermath, and the campaign of incitement that precipitated it. It is therein that the Israeli journalists Ina Friedman and Michael Krapin paint a chilling portrait of the killer, Yigal Amir, and the ideology of radical ethno-religio-nationalism that motivated him. They elucidate the twisted logic of rabbis in Israel and these United States who distort ancient Jewish legal concepts to give religious sanction to political murder. And they recount how the mainstream opponents of the Oslo Accords collaborated with violent extremists in a campaign to wreck the peace process by vilifying Rabin. Here I will enter a connection, a link into our chat room. And kisses at Kitty Cat Samurai. Let me make certain to get that at her before I return on to thread of narrative. And here we are. Let me enter that. There we go. And of course, hopefully, well, let's see if I can get this into the text box. Make certain nothing goes wrong with the call there. And open up the chat and enter that before we move on. Okay. Now, such having been articulated, while the signing of the Y Memorandum by Rabin's nemesis, Benjamin Netanyahu, on the 3rd anniversary of his assassination, no less, was an ironic vindication of Rabin's policy of territorial compromise. The bitter right-wing protests that greeted that agreement were sad reminders that violent rhetoric forever poisons Israeli political debate. Thus, right-wing Israeli extremists also invoked the Pulsa de Nura against Ariel Sharon, who was prime minister from 2001 through to 2006 because of his plan to disengage from the West Bank. 6 months later, Sharon suffered a catastrophic stroke from which he never recovered. And in 2013, Naftali Bennett, then Israel's economics and trade minister, received a letter explaining that a Pulsa de Nura had been placed against him because he had excluded a Haredi Orthodox party from his governmental coalition. Slowly, well, actually within a single generation, it appears to be glacial when you're living it, Israel has seen all of its left-wing politicians assassinated by a cult curse, replaced by right-wing religious fanatics that are determined to bring about Armageddon and the final battle by destroying the Dome on the Rock and rebuilding the Third Temple, slaughtering the sacred bovines, and ushering in the apocalypse. Korban himself was a mining executive who faced corruption charges in his native Ukraine. He did not say when or how he had warned Putin about the pulse de Nura against him, but Korban said that the procedure may explain why Putin has never taken major military actions against Dnipro, the city where Korban was born and within which the majority of his life thereafter wielded political sway. To quote St, "I am a believing man, but I still think that this ceremony in some way also influenced the fact that so far Dnipro has not been hit. I want to knock on wood. I don't want to jinx it, God forbid. Nevertheless, it is so." Its mayor thereafter told Politico magazine that it is not true that Dnipro, a city of about nearly 1 million in southeast Ukraine, has not been hit at all. While ground troops and light artillery have not reached the city, long-range missiles have, hundreds that have always struck civilian targets. Still, it has so far fared better than many major Ukrainian cities, and its most notable building, the 22-story Menorah Center affiliated with the Shabbat movement, has gone unscathed. Korban's curse was but the culmination in a long string of provocative antics by one of Ukraine's most colorful figures. In 2016, Korban defended himself against charges of embezzlement and kidnapping of children for sexual slavery by saying that he had faced the same treatment as Menachem Mendel Biliz, the Kievan Jewish man accused of murder circa 1913 in an infamous blood libel, the devastating slander that Jews ritually sacrifice Christian children at Passover to obtain blood for unleavened bread. Korban was denied entry into Ukraine in July of 2022 and learned that he had been stripped of his citizenship, ostensibly because he held dual citizenship, a maneuver that the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky defended as part of the normal course of affairs therein. 2 other prominent and politically significant Jewish businessmen were also among the roughly 100 people who lost their citizenship at that time. Regardless, 30 years after Rabin's assassination, those who demonized him have been running Israel for over a decade. The assassination of Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin of Israel on the 4th day in November of 1995 by an ultra-Orthodox religious zealot named Yigal Yamir brought the unknown and unreported world of Israel's religious extremists under public scrutiny. The assassination was not a lone psychotic gunman, but instead was a young man nurtured within Israel's far-right religious institutions. That's actually a pretty redundant statement on my part. I mean to say all religious institutions are far-right in Israel. After the murder, he was hailed as a hero by many, not only in Israel, but among kindred spirits in these United States. Within 20 years, those who demonized Rabin and created the atmosphere in which the assassination became a reality were running Israel. The magnum opus, titled Killing a King, subtitled The Assassination of Yitzhak Rabin and the Remaking of Israel, was written by Dan Efron, who served as the Yerushalayim, the Jerusalem bureau chief, for Newsweek and the Daily Beast, and it relates the parallel stories of Rabin and his stalker, Yigal Amir, over the 12 years leading up to the assassination, as one of them planned political agreements he hoped would lead to peace, and the other plotted murder. Dan Efron covered both the rally where Rabin was killed and the subsequent murder trial. Let's talk about this curse of death. It is instructive to review the events of those days. A fjortwinnit, that's the old in English, a fortnight, literally 14 nights, it is 12 weeks, before the assassination. Victor Siegelman, the correspondent of the French weekly Les Nouvelles-Observateurs, summed up the developments of those preceding months. He began by describing the eerie ceremony in which a small group of religious fanatics had stood before Rabin's house on the eve of Yom Kippur and intoned the mystical Pulsa Dainura, a Kabbalistic, almost think a nihilistic, a Kabbalistic curse of death. He wrote of the explicit contract put on Rabin's life by rabbis who invoked the Talmudic concept of din rodif, literally the law of the pursuer, the sentence pronounced upon a Jewish traitor. Siegelman cited the handbill passed out at a mass demonstration in Yerushalayim on October 5th, showing Rabin in a Schutzstaffel, or a German secret service from the Hitler times, an SS uniform of the Third Reich, recording that the stage was set for the murder of the Prime Minister. Siegelman's article was delayed by a relentless convergence of technical problems that crossed all boundaries from the coincident into the supernatural, and thus didn't appear until November 2nd. 2 days later, Yitzhak Rabin was dead. In their earlier 1998 book titled Murder in the Name of God, subtitled The Plot to Kill Yitzhak Rabin, Michael Karpin, one of Israel's leading journalists, and Ina Friedman, an American-born editress and translator who has lived in Israel for many years, wrote that Yigal Amir, in their words, believed that there is only one guideline for fixing the borders of the land of Israel, the divine promise made to the patriarch Abraham in the book of Genesis, chapter 15, verse 17. To your descendants I give this land, from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates. Today these borders embrace a large part of the Middle East, from Egypt to Iraq. Zealots read this passage as God's will, and God's will must be obeyed, whatever the cost. No mortal has the right to settle for borders any narrower than these. Thus, negotiating a peace settlement with Israel's neighbors is literally unthinkable. Karpin and Friedman record that the rhetoric of Israel's ultra-Orthodox groups preceding Rabin's assassination made it clear that Rabin's death was a legitimate, even a religious, objective. Now, Joachim Haetzny, founder of the Yesha Council, the voice of the West Bank settler movement, and a former Knesset member, compared Rabin with the Vichy French regime, which collaborated with Hitler during World War II. Those loyal to the greater land of Israel have the right to declare a government that gives up territory as is an illegal one, just as de Gaulle declared the Vichy government illegal. We will treat the signing of the Oslo Agreement as collaboration with the Nazis was treated in occupied France. This is an act of treason, and it's unavoidable that the day will come when Rabin is tried for this act, as Pétain was. By the way, I just got a notification of a message I'm following up on from Brendan. I'll have to look at that later. Now, Netanyahu himself accused Rabin of murder. Members of Likud, which now rules Israel with an iron fist, and has done so for generations by now, expressed similar views. The ultra-Orthodox weekly Havajna published an interview with Ariel Sharon, who spraketh of the Oslo peace policy as graver than what Patein did. It's hard to use the word treason when speaking of Jews, but there's no substantive difference. They are sitting with Arafat and planning how to deceive the citizens of Israel. The Havajna editor, Asher Zuckerman, wrote in March of 1995 about a talk he had with then Likud chairman Benjamin Netanyahu. He quotes Netanyahu as saying, Rabin charges that he's called a terrible word, murderer. But with all the unpleasantness implied by that term, he has no reason to complain. Whoever is aware of the fetters he placed on soldiers' hands have led directly to the murder of a large number of Jews as difficulty refraining from the use of the terrible word murder. Now, by the critical summer of 1995, Havajna went so far as to charge that Rabin and Peres are leading the state and its citizens to annihilation and must be placed before a firing squad. The World Likud, an extension of the Israeli party, swamped Orthodox synagogues in these United States with leaflets assailing their own Israeli government. Rabbi Moshe Tendler, a professor at Yeshiva University and a respected authority on Jewish religious law, informed the mainstream mass media machine that according to religious law, anyone perceived as rodef must be killed. The Rabbi Abraham Hecht, head of the Rabbinical Alliance of America, declared that surrendering any part of the biblical land of Israel is a violation of Jewish religious law and thus assassinating Rabin and all who assist him is, to quote us the rabbi himself, both permissible and necessary. Hecht told New York Magazine on October 9th of 1995 that Rabin is not a Jew any longer. According to Jewish law, it says very clearly, if a man kills him, he has done a good deed. Even in 1995, Yigal Amir was not part of a small, isolated fringe of Israeli society. The Hebrew University sociologist Moshe Lizak reported that, in his own words, Yigal Amir grew out of the mainstream, not the margins. What is referred to as the ideological fringe is actually very broad. In his book titled Killing a King, Dan Efron places Benjamin Netanyahu at a rally about a month before Rabin's assassination, where crowds spent 12 hours chanting, "Death to Rabin!" Netanyahu did nothing but encourage them. And, of course, I'm encouraged to look at other incoming messages from Brendan. Again, I'll have to look at them later. They perceived Oslo as an act of treason. As Yitzhak Rabin and Yasser Arafat shook hands in Washington, Dan Efron reported on how Yigal Amir radicalized into the assassin he became. And here I read therefrom. Amir watched the televised handshake between Rabin and Arafat. He decided instantly that the Oslo deal was not just a calamity for Israel, but an act of treason by Rabin, the land he would be handing over to the Palestinians having been promised by God to the Jews. Amir had been a supporter of Homeland-and-Heartland, an ultra-nationalist party whose leader, Rehabim Ze'evi, advocated a kind of self-deportation for Palestinians, with Israel providing both negative and positive inducements. Among Israeli political figures, only the later Meir Kahane, the American-born rabbi and agitator who preached a genocidal hatred toward Arabs, articulated more extreme positions. Amir favored Kahane, but a judicial panel had ruled his xenophobic Koch party too nakedly racist to compete in elections. And believe me, in Israel, that's saying a lot. Amir had volunteered for the Jolani Brigade, a military unit with a reputation for perpetrating mass atrocities on Palestinians. Ifron exposes that, and here I read his writ, in dispensing large protests, it was not uncommon for soldiers to separate individuals from the crowd and dispense harsh beatings. Private Amir, Company C, 13th Battalion, seemed to take special pleasure therein. As a member of his unit, Boaz Nagar would later recall, Yigal was the enforcer with a capital E. He hit them hard. Hit here, push there, destroy stuff. I mean like internal organs. He would rupture spleens just to hear them squeal. He enjoyed badgering them just for fun. The misbehavior drew only praise from Amir's officers. Amir's regular evaluations were so positive that one of Israel's intelligence agencies approached him about a mission overseas. The agency, Nativ, had been sending Israelis to the Greater Soviet Union for short periods of time going back decades, to smuggle books to Zionist activists who faced government harassment, teach them Hebrew, and lift their spirits. With the communist era now over and Jews free to leave, the mission evolved. Amir was tasked with persuading those political emigres to choose Israel over other destinations, including the new United Germany and these United States. He spent several months in Riga with a second emissary, Ivan-Noam Etir, who came to regard him as smart and capable. I guess it's all about fathoming God's will. Let's put it this way, while Amir's upbringing taught him that God alone determined the destiny of the Jews, he became impatient with the passivity of this approach. Per Ephron's writ, instead, he embraced the idea that Jews must learn to fathom God's will and act accordingly. Amir had read the line in an introduction to a book of essays by Rabbi Zvi Yehuda Kook. That's a surname pronounced K-O-O-K, Kook. All to a propos, the spiritual leader of the settlers in Gaza and the West Bank. While Kook seemed not quite fiery enough for Amir, the author of the introduction, the far-right politician Benjamin Ilan, had captured something profoundly meaningful to the young extremist. Contrary to the passive religious approach, which holds that divine will is the sole instrumentality, we must learn to fathom God's will and come to help the Lord. That's actually in the book of Judges, chapter 5, verse 23. And act with God. So he wrote in his own essay. Elon meant the passage as an exhortation. Jews must settle in Gaza and the West Bank rather than wait for God to secure their sovereignty over said territory. The religious among the settlers added a messianic element to this enterprise. Notes Ifron, for them the incredible conquest of 1967 could only have been the work of God and a sign that the Messiah, the great Jewish leader who would redeem the world from war and suffering and rebuild the ancient Jewish temple, would soon appear. Settling Judea and Samaria, the heart of biblical Israel, was a way to hasten the coming of the Messiah, Moshiach. A terrorist group which became known as the Jewish Underground was thwarted in its plan to blow up the venerable Muslim shrine known as the Dome of the Rock in Yerushalayim so that Judaism's ancient temple could be rebuilt upon its ruins. Ephron has exposed that Yigal Amir, to read from his writ, regarded the Jewish underground as a model, but he also had the grandiosity to think of himself in historic terms, as a link in a chain of Jewish rebellion and zealotry from the Maccabees, who revolted against the Seleucid Empire in the 2nd century BC, to the Jewish armed groups that operated in Palestine before Israel's independence. He and his brother, Haggai, both read The Revolt, a kind of manual for guerrilla warfare written by Menachem Begin, who headed the pro-independence Irgun Zvi Leuni, or Irgun for short, in the 1940s, and later became Israel's prime minister. The group distinguished itself by carrying out devastating attacks against both Palestinian civilians and the British administrators of Palestine, including the 1946 bombing of Yerushalayim's King David Hotel that killed 91 people. Amir viewed the Rabin government much the way Begin regarded the British Mandate and the Maccabees saw the Seleucids, as intruders, purveyors of a foreign culture, and a threat to Jewish existence itself. It mattered not that Rabin himself was Jewish, the hero of 1967, and the legally elected Prime Minister of Israel. Instead, this fucker held Baruch Goldstein as a hero. The particular hero of Yigal Amir and others in Israel's religious right wing was the American-born physician Baruch Goldstein, who on the 25th day in February of 1994 mass murdered 29 Palestinians at prayer and injured over 100 more. Goldstein, a follower of the extremist Rabbi Meir Kahane, lived in the West Bank settlement of Kiryat Arba, adjacent to the Palestinian city of Hebron. He dressed in the army uniform he kept as a reservist and abused a military-issue assault rifle. He is the model for the church killing that took place both before Charlie Kirk's death and the one hereafter. Goldstein's anti-Arabi mania did not interfere with his role in the military or as Kiryat Arba's doctor. To read from Ephron, during his military service and later as a doctor in Kiryat Arba, Goldstein refused to treat Arabs, a position that almost got him court-martialed. While running for Kiryat Arba's local council in 1992 as a representative of Kahane's Kashk party, he advocated transferring these hostile Arabs across the border. He told a journalist that Palestinians strove to inflict a second Holocaust on the Jews of Israel, and that treasonous politicians were preventing the army from operating effectively against them. After the signing of the Oslo deal, he seemed to have come unhinged. Goldstein was embraced as a hero by all far-right rabbis. Rabbi Yitzhak Ginsburg, who wrote a chapter in a book in praise of Goldstein and what he did, was also an immigrant from these United States. He speaketh freely of Jews' genetically based spiritual superiority over non-Jews. And here I quote his tea. If you saw 12 people drowning, a Jew and a non-Jew, the Torah says you save the Jewish life first. If every simple cell in a Jewish body entails divinity, is a part of God, then every strand of DNA is a part of God. Therefore, there is something special about Jewish DNA. If a Jew needs a liver, can you take the liver of an innocent non-Jew passing by to save him? The Torah definitively permits that. Jewish life has an infinite value. The Goyim exist to preserve our lives. They are our God-given organ banks. You see, killing a non-Jew is not murder. When it comes to Goldstein's murder of 29 Palestinians at prayer, Judeo-fundamentalists refuse to acknowledge that such an act even constitutes mass murder. When asked if he was sorry about the mass murdered Arabs, the militant rabbi Moshe Levinger declared, "I am not nearly so sorry about dead Arabs as about dead flies." Military guards transported Goldstein's coffin to Kiryat Arba through Palestinian villages as a taunt. Rabbi Dov Lior, in his eulogy, stated that Goldstein was full of love for fellow human beings. He dedicated himself to helping others. You see, only Jews are fellow human beings. Goyim are lower than the animals. In their book titled Judeo-Fundamentalism in Israel, published in 1999, Norton Mezhvinsky and Israel Shahak point out that the term human beings and others in the halakha, the religious law, refers solely to Jews. Jews are the human beings. All else are the others. According to the ideologies which underlie Gush Emunim, Gush Emunim is the West Bank settler group, and Hasidic Jews or Hasidism itself, non-Jews have satanic souls. Shahak and Mezhvinsky so note, in their own words, the role of Satan, whose earthly embodiment according to HaKabbalah is every non-Jew, every Goyim, has been minimized or never mentioned by authors who have never written about HaKabbalah in Hebrew. Some authors, therefore, have never conveyed to readers accurate accounts of general NRP, or National Religious Party, or its hardcore Gush Emunim politics. This brings us to the differentiation between Jews and non-Jews, or Goyim, common to both the Talmud and Halakha. Orthodox religious law is a differentiation between Jews and non-Jews. The late, highly revered Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the Lubavitcher Rebbe, who headed the Chabad movement and wielded great influence in Israel, as well as these United States, explained that, in his own words, the difference between a Jewish and a non-Jewish person stems from the common expression, "Let us differentiate." Thus, we do not have a case of profound change in which a person is merely on a superior level. Rather, we have a case of, "Let us differentiate," between totally different species. This is what needs to be said about the body. The body of a Jewish person is of a totally different quality from the body of members of all nations of the world. A non-Jew's entire reality is only vanity. It is written, "And the strangers shall guard and feed your flocks." That's the book of Isaiah, chapter 61, verse 5. The entire creation of a non-Jew exists only for the sake of the Jews. So when they say, "And these strangers shall guard and feed your flocks," it's onward Christian soldiers to fight the wars of the Jew, to fight and die for the Jew, as the Allies did in World War II, and then feed the Jew with your own blood and body parts if necessary. Sad part is Americans, in their evangelical indoctrination, will do just that voluntarily. They will gladly give up their children's organs to save a Jew. The Judeo-fundamentalists believe that God gave all the land of Israel, including present-day Lebanon, and other areas, to the Jews and that Arabs living in Israel are viewed as thieves. Rabbi Israel Ariel, a fundamentalist leader, published an atlas that designated all lands that were Jewish and needed to be liberated. This included all areas west and south of the Euphrates River, extending through most of Syria, much of Iraq, and all of present-day Kuwait. The Israeli government was warned about Beirut Goldstein, but did nothing. As Efron has testimonialized, and here I read his writ, in the months leading up to the shooting, Palestinians had complained to Israeli authorities several times about a tall bearded man named Baruch harassing worshippers at the Cave of the Patriarchs. On one occasion, he poured acid on the carpets of the Ibrahimi Mosque. Police buried the complaints, along their witnesses. Though Israeli authorities responded aggressively to any suspicion against Palestinians, they were notably slow about investigating settlers. And then Amir appeared at Goldstein's funeral in person. Yigal Amir attended Goldstein's funeral. To quote his tea, "It would have been ungrateful of me not to support him because he did it for all Jews." Years later, his brother Haggai would say, "You don't see a lot of people willing to sacrifice their life in this country. A person who is willing to go against everyone and give his own life, that's something." As Amir's outrage at Yitzhak Rabin and the Oslo Agreement continued to fester, so did his commitment to murdering the prime minister, his own legally elected leader, with Amir framing his fanatical resistance to Israeli withdrawal from the occupied territories in almost entirely religious terms, and specifically in the context of God's 613 mitzvot, or commandments. To Amir, as to all other Judeo-fundamentalists, the Bible is literal word-for-word truth. He thus said, "The Torah is the brain. If the Torah tells you to do something that runs counter to your emotions, you do what runs counter to your emotions. My own morality doesn't matter. It is determined solely according to the Torah itself." In contemplating the religious rationalization for Rabin's murder, Amir focused on the Talmudic principle known as rodef. As Efron articulates, and here I read therefrom, the concept referred to a person who pursues another person with the intent to kill him. Rodef meaning literally pursuer. The law of the pursuer, or din rodef, permitted a bystander to kill the aggressor in order to save the innocent victim. Amir decided that Rabin fit the definition of rodef. He was a pursuer, but his policies were undermining the safety of settlers in the West Bank and Gaza. In his logic, Rabin was effectively chasing them down with the intent to kill them. He also decided that Rabin was a Moser, a person who handed over Jews to a hostile power, in this case, the newly formed Palestinian Authority. In truth, of course, all the settlers remained under Israeli rule, subject solely to Israeli law. But Netanyahu aligned himself with the hardliners. During this period of growing tension, Efron notes, and here I read his writ, Benjamin Netanyahu aligned himself with the hardliners and the rabble-rousers, speaking at rallies around the country where crowds branded Rabin a traitor and a murderer, and consorting with rabbis who'd urged soldiers to disobey evacuation orders. At least once, Netanyahu gently scolded an audience for its inflammatory rhetoric. "We have an issue with political adversaries, not enemies," he said from the podium. But more often, he ignored it. Occasionally, he would be swept up in it and encourage it, to the point of bloodlust. The idea of murdering Rabin for religious reasons was an idea Amir saw being embraced by radical rabbis. To quote it from Ephron, in a long letter full of references to the government's collusion with terrorists, 3 prominent rabbis made the most explicit case that Din Rodef applied to Rabin. In a long letter full of the government's collusion with terrorists, the 3 asked some 40 Haredi sages around the world, the wise men of their generation, to rule on the matter one way or another. The letter's authors included Dov Lior, the rabbi of Hebron, who praised Baruch Goldstein as a holy martyr at his funeral. They framed their text as an inquiry, but it read more like an ecclesiastical push attempt. 3 religious figures trying to have the elected government of Israel repudiated and its members condemned to death, no less. Well, that letter was signed by the 3 rabbis in blood: Eliezer Melamed, Daniel Shiloh, and Dov Lior. They included a phone and fax number for reply. How or even whether these religious wise men responded is not clear, but to people who regarded the 3 as spiritual authorities, Ephron has explained, the letter itself affirmed the Rabin government's apostate status, and in its apostate status, the importance of toppling it by whatever means necessary. Shiloh would confirm years later that the questions were largely rhetorical and that the rabbis were hoping with the letter to draw the Haredi community into the circle of resistance against Rabin. Amir was already entrenched in that circle, but the ongoing rabbinical fixation with the Din Rodef and Din Moser emboldened him. If I did not get backing, and I had not been representing many more people, I would not have acted, he would say. This brings us to the Kabbalistic death curse. At one point, a group of extremists, led by the former Kash activist Avidor Eshkin, gathered outside Rabin's official residence to pronounce a kind of Kabbalistic death curse against their own prime minister. Ephron explains its meaning. Known by its Aramaic name, Posa de Nura, literally fire blaze, the lashes of fire. The curse involved a complicated series of procedures and carried certain risks for its invokers. It would rebound against themselves if the target of the malediction turned out to be innocent. But if guilty, he would die within 30 days. One of the participants would later say that the ritual in Yerushalayim had been preceded by a more official ceremony in Safed, with some 20 rabbis and scholars, a sizable gathering of extremists. Eshkin and the other participants had recited the curse from photocopied pages. Angels of destruction will hit him. He is damned where he goes. His soul will instantly leave his body, and he will not survive the month. Dark will be his path, and God's angels will chase him. A disaster he has never experienced will beget him, and all curses known in the Torah will apply to him. Benjamin Netanyahu castigated Rabin for real, while relying on the backing of Arab-Israeli parliament members to get his agreement through parliament. Lawmakers had yet to vote on the Oslo Accords, but it was clear that Rabin would need the representatives of Israel's Arab minority to support it in order for the deal to pass. Ephron thus states, though Arab Israelis were full-fledged citizens and made up 1/6 of the population, Netanyahu and many other rightists were now arguing, unblushingly, that an endorsement that rested on the support of non-Jews would lack legitimacy. The Jewish majority of the State of Israel has not approved the agreement, he said. We will fight and we will bring down the government. understand that this is a vote by bloodline. In Israel, they have made it illegal for Arabs to vote. It is an ethno-state. You are a citizen by race, not by law, but by race. And they complain about the Third Reich. Really? Really? Our Nuremberg laws were certainly no more extreme. One of Rabin's cabinet ministers, Binyamin ben Elitzir, got caught up in a protesting mob. A retired general himself, who had served in an elite commando unit, no less, and suffered war wounds. Ben Elitzir told friends later that he felt more threatened in that car in his own nation than in his toughest moments on the battlefield outside the borders of Israel. When he reached the Knesset building, Ben Elitzir tracked down Binyamin Netanyahu in one of the corridors and confronted him. "You better restrain your people, otherwise it will end in murder. They tried to kill me just now. If someone is murdered, the blood will be on your hands." But this was already civil war. To quote Front, to many Israelis, the murder of Yitzhak Rabin felt like an assault by one political camp against the other, another step toward civil war. Amir clearly stood on the margins of the right-wing camp, but its mainstream leaders had goaded the extremists with all their ugly rhetoric, and all its rabbis had furnished the religious rationalization for violence. Even now, as the horror of the country's first political assassination set in, many Israelis celebrated. Yigal Amir's murder of Yitzhak Rabin was, in the end, a lastingly monumental success for Israel's right wing. The Oslo peace process came to an end, and Benjamin Netanyahu defeated Shimon Peres in the election following the assassination. In fact, Yigal Amir was able to cast his vote for Netanyahu from prison. Per IFRON, Israel's election laws allows convicts to vote at polling stations in prison. Around mid-morning, 5 guards escorted Amir from his cell to a booth at the Shalai Kedar penitentiary, where he was presently serving his sentence in solitary confinement. The guards waited while he stuffed a square of paper with Netanyahu's name upon it into an envelope and then slipped it into a cardboard box. Thomas L. Friedman, the New York Times columnist, would later refer to Yamir as the Israeli who voted twice, first with a bullet and then with a ballot. In early 2010, after he had been away from Israel for years, Dan Efron returned to serve as Newsweek's Yerushalayim, or Jerusalem, bureau chief. He writes, "The country I returned to was in many ways a more livable place. It felt safer, more prosperous, and less troubled than it had been for years. But the terrible violence and hostility of the Second Intifada had left even the moderates among Israelis and Palestinians feeling alienated from each other and simply fed up. The fact that life in Israel was good despite the absence of peace meant that there was little incentive to revive the process. Many Israelis felt that they had nothing to gain from a resumption of negotiations. Instead of pining for peace, they're now asking, who needs it? You see, the settler movement had doubled in size. Efron points out that while he was away from Israel, the settler movement, which had viewed the Rabin's Oslo Accord as an act of treachery, had more than doubled in size since his assassination and greatly expanded its political power. Its representatives in parliament would come to include Moshe Feiglin, who had been convicted of sedition for organizing riotous protests during the Rabin era. Ephraim writes that the parliament I was now covering in Israel also included a record number of Orthodox and ultra-Orthodox Jews, who formed the country's two fastest growing communities and whose views on the issues of war and peace are consistently hawkish. When Israelis re-elected Netanyahu in 2013, for a third time in 18 years, I wrote in Newsweek that the religious right-wing parties opposed to ceding substantial portions of the West Bank might have something akin to a permanent majority. Effectively, through murder and occult curses, the progressive leadership was mass assassinated, and the religious right has turned Israel from a democracy, once part of the West, into a theocratic ethno-state, an ethno-theocracy, a government by blood for a bloodline. No longer Western, but something alien to the modern world. In a previously unpublished recording of a 1976 interview with Rabin, he can be heard calling the still nascent West Bank settler movement comparable to a cancer, and warning that Israel risked becoming an apartheid state if it annexed and absorbed the Arab population. This recording was publicized for the first time in a documentary about the assassination. According to the Times of Israel, as dated the 25th day in September of 2015, Rabin's imperturbable monotone betrays increasing anger as he complains about the settlements growing in number and size. I see Gush, that's the Bloc of the Faithful, and ideologically driven founders of the settlement movement, as one of the most acute dangers in the whole phenomenon of the State of Israel. Gush Imunim is not a settler movement. It's not a settlement movement at all. It is comparable to a cancer on the tissue of Israel's democratic society. It's a phenomenon of an organization that takes the law into its own hands. I don't say with certainty that we won't reach the point of evacuation because of the Palestinian population. I don't think it's possible to contain over the long term. If we don't want to get to apartheid, 1.5 million more Arabs inside a Jewish state. All of this comes to holding Netanyahu responsible. Leah Rabin is the widow of the slain prime minister. She continues to hold Benjamin Netanyahu responsible for creating the atmosphere which led to the assassination. The irony of Netanyahu leading commemorations of Rabin's murder was clear to all. Writing in the foreword, as dated the 29th day in October of 2015, J.J. Goldberg declares, "The assassination ultimately succeeded. It brought the opposition to power and left Rabin's vision in shambles. They now write the history, but they can't admit that the calamitous act was a result of overzealous pursuit of their own cause. What they're left with is an incoherent insistence that killing prime ministers is, well, very naughty." Now, those who demonized Rabin and created the atmosphere in which his murder became an acceptable interpretation of Jewish law are running Israel. Extremism is only growing, and the extremists comprise the government. A former head of the Shin Bet security service, which used to be the Nazi hunting division, says that the threat posed to Israel at the present time by a terrorist underground of religious far-right zealots has reached unprecedented levels, worse than in the lead-up to Rabin's assassination. Carmi Gillon, who headed the agency when Rabin was murdered, says, "We're at a worse point than before the assassination of Rabin." He said that the far-right extremists, such as those currently in detention for their gratuitous firebombing of a Palestinian family's home in July, are a professional underground in every regard. Now, by July, I'm thinking back to maybe about early 2022. It was a few years ago. In December, 2 young Israelis charged with mass murder in their attack in the West Bank village of Douma, which killed a Palestinian toddler and both his parents. Israeli police said the 2 suspects were part of a group of Jewish youths who have been involved in an unknown number of nationalistically motivated crimes against Palestinians and all other minorities, including blacks from Ethiopia and, of course, Christians. In fact, it was 2015. Now that I think about it, it was 10 years ago, but it feels like yesterday. December of 2015. For most in Israel, those charged with this terrorist attack have since become heroes. It's the Jewish version of canonization into sainthood. In December of 2015, a widely viewed video showed young Jewish extremists celebrating the death of the Palestinians in Douma. A 25-second video filmed at a wedding shows a room of jumping, dancing men wearing white skull caps, many with the long side locks of Orthodox Jews. Some of them are brandishing guns and knives, dancing like the Twin Towers had just collapsed, dancing the way the Jews danced on site the fall of the Twin Towers in New York. Yet Israeli authorities drag their feet. According to the New York Times, 2 of them are recorded to be stabbing pieces of paper they held in their hands, which the TV station identified as pictures of the 18-month-old child, Ali Dawabsha, who was burned to death alive in the July 31st arson attack. The young Jewish boys holding torches to a baby, laughing while he died screaming. Palestinians and their supporters say the arson attack and the celebratory video are inevitable, testifying that the Israeli authorities have for years dragged their feet on finding and prosecuting extremist Jews who have physically attacked them and their property. In an article titled, "Why are Israelis so shocked by the Wedding of Hate video?" Amira Haas, working in Haaretz, as dated the 28th day in December of 2015, notes that, and here I quote as she at length and verbatim, "The horror expressed by the Israeli mainstream at the blood wedding video is more repulsive than the clip itself. The shock is at the messianic, disruptive representation of the settlement enterprise. The settlement enterprise being the handiwork of successive generations of the Israeli mainstream. Yet the police are shocked. Every month, a Sivir She'arim is held in the Muslim quarter of Yerushalayim's Old City. The ceremonial circling of the gates of the Temple Mount, accompanied by shofar blowing and the reading of the Psalms, is organized by El-Har-Hemur, a non-profit association that seeks to rebuild the Third Temple. The Israel police provide security for the event, which takes place between shuttered Palestinian stores. Men in white kippot dance, side blocks bouncing, just like in the video, and pound on closed doors. According to documentation from October, they also sing songs similar to the ones in the video. Burn down the mosque! And we will avenge one of the two eyes of Palestinians, curse them! And while the Arabs shut themselves into their homes, the dancers chant, Death to Arabs! Not only are the police there, they also prevent leftists from ever recording the events. In the Judea and Samaria district, the West Bank, police systematically close investigations of Israeli violence against Palestinians. According to Yesh-Din, a legal defense NGO, a non-governmental organization, out of 1,104 investigations opened after Palestinians testified of violent injury or property damage over a 10-year period from 2005 to August of 2015, 940 or 91.6% were closed, sans charges being filed at all. In 85% of the cases, the closure was due to failure of the police to investigate. It's all about case closed despite witnesses. Haaretz reported on one typical case in October of 2012, in which a few Israeli Jews from Combatants for Peace accompanied Palestinians from the village of Jalud on their first olive harvest in 10 years. In all those years, the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, what an ironic name, had kept them from working their land to avoid friction with the Messianic settlers from local outposts such as Esh Kadesh. Masked Israelis, accompanied by an armed, unmasked Israeli in civilian clothes, came, threw a stun grenade, fired into the air, and attacked the harvesters with clubs, injuring 3 Israelis and 2 Palestinians. Soldiers and border police officers who were there fired tear gas and stun grenades only at the Palestinians. The case was closed despite the critically injured Israelis and the presence of soldiers who were witnesses. In Amir Haz's view, the culture of unknown offenders, insufficient evidence, and do-nothing soldiers nurtured the atmosphere of we can run riot and no one will touch us, seen in the wedding video. Thanks to the mainstream, the West Bank has become the land of unlimited possibilities for the average Israeli Jew. This is the soil that gave rise to those young dancers. The Messianism was born of the incessant secular Israeli disregard for international law and justice, which prohibit settlements in occupied territory. Their deranged Messianism is fed by the consistently deranged political objective of the settlement enterprise itself, to thwart the possibility of ever living in peace and equality with the Palestinian people. Israeli commentators have begun to compare the rising Jewish extremism to ISIS. The liberal Zionist and Haaretz columnist Asher Schechter wrote a piece entitled Meet Judeo-ISIS, the inevitable result of Israel's presence in the West Bank. Even so mainstream a figure as the former Israeli defense minister, Moshe Arens, wrote an article titled The Jewish Equivalent of ISIS. This is what brings us to Antichrist activity. In recent years, there has been an escalation of Antichrist activity from Israeli Jewish extremists. The Galilee's symbolically and religiously significant Church of the Multiplication of the Fish and Loaves was firebombed by Judeo-militants who scrawled upon its wall, "False idols will be destroyed." The anti-Arab group Lihava, which opposes the presence of both Muslims and Christians in country, has stepped up its terror activism, including a protest at a Muslims and Christians in country. Well, they took it to the extreme of trying to burn down a Christmas celebration in front of the Yerushalayim YMCA. The Lahava protesters chanting, "The Arabs won't defeat us with knives, and the Christians won't buy us with presents." In December of 2015, Bentzi Gopstein, the head of Lihava, wrote an opinion column in the appropriately named Kuker, named after the rabbi that I've already cited, an ultra-Orthodox online publication, of course, calling for the outright mass removal of Christians from Israel. He wrote, "Missionary work must not be given a foothold. Let's throw the vampires out of our land before they drink blood again." Again, they are aware of myself, a vampire in Christ. Do not think that I'm not a nemesis of Israel, or they wouldn't be knocking me offline. The Israel Religious Action Center, a religious rights group affiliated with the country's Reform Judaism movement, in other words, Jews for Jesus, has called on legal authorities to launch a criminal investigation into what it experiences as Lehava's incitement to violence. Orly Arej-Likovsky, the center's legal director, has testified that, unfortunately, against this blatant incitement, accompanied by unruly violence, there's deafening silence by law enforcement. One can only conclude that Judaism's moral and ethical values lie in taters. The Rabbi Jeremy Kalmanovsky of Anshe Chesed congregation in Manhattan has declared, "I feel ashamed, appalled and heartsick, watching Judaism slouch toward Bethlehem. Yigal Amir was not the first fanatic in whom Torah teachings nurtures a murderous hatred, but he represents an early bellwether of Judaism transformed before our eyes from an ennobling path of wisdom, devotion, and ethics to an angry, bloody weapon. Jews must recognize that there are places in the Palestinian territories that are basically Mississippi in 1963. Places where the powerful may kill the powerless without fear of prosecution. Before our very eyes, Judaism and the Torah are increasingly captured by those with hatred in their hearts and blood on their hands. What we need above all is a religion of chesed, of agape, of love. The Torah of Israel depends upon it. But instead we have a savage, irreparable society. There are a minority of Israelis who share the view I've just related, although their numbers have been declining into oblivion over this last decade. Asaf Gevram, a novelist who was an IDF soldier in Gaza 36 years ago, during the First Intifada, has written, "We seem to be in a fast and alarming downward swirl into a savage, unrepairable society. There is only one way to respond to what's happening in Israel today. We must stop the occupation. Not for peace with the Palestinians or for their sake, though they have surely suffered at our hands for too long. No, we must stop the occupation for ourselves, so that we can look ourselves in the eyes, so that we can return to being human." In his book, Killing a King, Dan Efron has put to writ an epic story which helps the reader to understand Israel's troubled past and precarious future. To quote us from he, at length and verbatim, "Had Rabin lived, he might plausibly have reshaped Israel broadly and permanently. In killing the Israeli leader, Amir had done better than the assassins of Lincoln, Kennedy, and Dr. King, whose policies had gained momentum as a result of their murders. During the years of his imprisonment, he had the satisfaction of watching Rabin's legacy completely evaporate. Dalaya, Rabin's daughter, has come to view the last 20 years as the story of a power shift from the likes of her father, secular, pragmatic, and moderate, to the advocates of the settler movement, ethnically chauvinist, uncompromising, always messianic. That the assassination would mark the birth of this new Israel is nothing short of horrifying to her. When a foreign correspondent asked Dalaya at a small gathering of journalists a few years ago whether she and the Israeli mainstream had diverged at some point, she nodded without hesitation. I don't feel I'm part of what most people in this country are willing to do. I am not a murderer, but your average Jew today is. Yet all too many view Amir as a hero. The family of Yigal Amir are viewed as heroes by most sectors of Israeli society. Amir's brother Haggai, who served time in prison for his role in the assassination plot, has been running free as a cockroach for over a decade and is successfully idolized in Israeli society. Ifron reports that the Amirs seem to lead something close to normal lives. On one of the evenings I interviewed Haggai, he and the family had just returned from an outing with friends at the beach in Herzliya. On another night, they came from a wedding in Yerushalayim. They were invited by the bride's father, a prominent right-wing activist. We have a lot of support, Haggai told me. People come up to us on the street and say it clearly. If I had any reason to doubt it, Haggai's Facebook page seemed to bear it out. He created it soon after his release to post his own political observations and advocate on his brother's behalf while calling for the death of all left-wing politicians. More assassinations. In a typical comment on his wall, one supporter wrote, "We're all with you, Haggai Amir. We hope your brother will be freed soon." Another wrote, "The drinks will be on me." Within a few months, he had more than 6 million friends. Damn, that matches every life taken in the Holocaust. They breed back fast. The fact that well over a fully... I'm going back to quoting. I said that, not Ifron. That observation was mine, not Ifron's. Going back to what Ifron said. The fact that well over fully a quarter of Israelis now supports commuting Yigal Amir's sentence makes it far from unimaginable. From Ifron's own perspective, he concludes, through the lens of the murder, much can be gleaned about Israel today. Rabin probably stood a better chance of forging a durable reconciliation between Israelis and Palestinians than any leader before or since. That we'll never know how close he would have come is one of the exasperating consequences of the assassination. Ifron's work, titled Killing a King, causes the reader to wonder what Israel would look like today had Yitzhak Rabin lived. The Israel it exposes is one that almost no American understands or recognizes. Israel is universally propagandized as sharing Western values of democracy. But Israel's right wing, as Dan Ifron has proven, has an entirely different agenda, not only incompatible with democracy, but inimically hostile thereunto. And in perpetuity, it is incontestably in charge. Not just there, but here. Tragio-farcically, the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin, rather than discrediting right-wing extremism, has only propelled it into permanent power. This is what brings us to Jezebel. Jezebel is a news site that I will place a link thereunto in our text box, well, in chat first, our listeners first, and then into our text box. Oh, well, that's Brendan's private messages because I was looking at them earlier. Here we are. Let me see if I can open up the chat and enter this. And, okay, we've got our Aristides acknowledging Brendan. Good. I'll get to that later. And here, let me make that screen larger before shrinking it. While Israelis have succumbed to the curse of the rabbis, the internet has turned us all into passive mob witches. Those panicking about Etsy hexes are missing how we all participate in this dark practice every day online. 2 days before Charlie Kirk was murdered, the Jezebel writer Claire Guinan paid witches on Etsy to hex him. When I first read Guinan's article, my thought was that it was quintessential Jezebel, clickbait that might have interested 19-year-olds in 2011, the year of Fukushima Daiichi and my mother's murder, back when witchcraft still had a frisson of feminist rebellion. She purchased curses from sellers like Priestess Lylene. She imagined Kirk's socks sliding down, his blazers shrinking, his thumbs growing too big to tweet. The piece was meant to be funny, a way to channel political rage into something absurd, petty, and hopefully entertaining. 48 hours later, Charlie Kirk was dead. Jezebel first added an editorial note condemning political violence, then removed the piece entirely on the representative's recommendations. Guinan doesn't deserve hysteria or worse, legal repercussions from a warmed-over blog post about Etsy witchcraft. But the editorial note wasn't out of left field. Maybe surprisingly, for those of us who grew up in a world where the mainstream mass media machine was overwhelmingly atheistic. The article drew significant criticism all across media, not just the legacy mainstream mass media machine, but social media as well. Megyn Kelly condemned both Etsy and Jezebel in a segment on her show. Commentator Peachy Keenan characterized the Hex article as solicitation of murder. Rod Dreher and other religious pundits described it as an act of spiritual warfare. Now that last characterization, spiritual warfare, is worth examining, albeit perhaps not in the way these commentators intended. Aleister Crowley defined magique with a K to distinguish it from legerdemain or prestidigitation, it est sleight of hand or stage magic. As his definition, Aleister Crowley's, the science and art of causing change to occur in conformity with will. This definition, perhaps ironically to some, given the source, strips away supernatural window dressing and reveals what magic really is. The deliberate use of consciousness to attempt to reshape reality around us. Every time we imagine a possible future, we're doing magic. Every time we visualize something we want into effect, we're practicing magic. This is what visualization means in magical practice. You create a detailed mental image and hold it return thereunto, feed it with emotion and repetition until it becomes more real than physical reality itself. Your brain starts filtering the world through this image. You notice every piece of evidence that confirms it and dismiss what does not. You've reprogrammed your perception. That's what the doors of perception, as defined by Aldous Huxley, alluded to. It's what the secret of Hollywood trend and Oprah infamy really is. You're welcome. I just saved you 20 fucking bucks for nothing. When Utah students petitioned to ban Kirk from campus days after the hex, when someone tweeted his head looked bigger, WkEND saw evidence of magical success. The ritual had influenced her attention, making her sensitive to negative news about Kirk. Paying $15 to half $100, $15 to $50 to Etsy witches like Priestess Lylene for a hex seems harmless, even ridiculous. But WkEND's Etsy purchase is just a more obvious version of something we all do all the time. Dwelling on negative thoughts about people we dislike. Whether it's burying a curse in the ground, or buying it online, or mentally wishing someone would fail repeatedly, we're doing the same thing, focusing our mental energy on someone else's pain. And that focus has real effects. There are 12 ways to understand this. The first possibility is that hexes work through supernatural means, that somehow our thoughts can reach across space and actually affect someone. Religious conservatives like Rod Dreher might call this demonic influence, or if the focus is positive instead of negative, compare it to the power of prayer. People into New Age spirituality might say it's the universe responding, or talk about energy, manifestation, and, vibes. The basic idea is all the same. Our focused intentions somehow influence reality in ways science cannot explain. It works in both directions, positive and negative. The Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research Lab spent 28 fucking years documenting how focused human consciousness is, by all evidence, able to influence random number generators. Over literally millions of trials, they found a tiny but statistically significant effect when people concentrated on specific outcomes. Art Bell, the late-night radio host, ran experiments where millions of listeners simultaneously directed attention toward a single issue. In a July of 1998 episode, he urged his listeners to focus on bringing rain to drought-stricken Northeast Florida. Recordedly, it worked in spades and flooded the panhandle out. The second possibility is more mundane, but no less powerful, the one we should pay attention to. Hexes, or manifestation, or prayer, reshape social reality. The most dangerous curse is making someone believe they're cursed. It's especially effective on the internet, where magic seems to become as real. When thousands simultaneously focus negative attention on someone, each person becomes primed to see that individual negatively. They feel permitted, even encouraged, to attack. The hex becomes self-fulfilling through thousands of small actions. Unfollows, harsh comments, canceled invitations, hostile interpretations. And in the darkest cases, it creates an atmosphere where violence becometh more thinkable, where someone already on the edge will feel the collective permission to act. No supernatural forces required, just the aggregate effect of collective imagination turned toward a single person or an entire group. Neuroscience research proves that the brain treats imaginal interactions as practice runs for real ones. Studies on forgiveness reveal that people who release grudges have better cardiovascular health, improved sleep, reduced inflammation. Those who nurture grievances through mental rehearsal show chronic stress responses, disrupted sleep patterns, persistent inflammation. Your body cannot tell the difference between symbolic and real conflict. Brain imaging proves that people who spend time mentally rehearsing negative outcomes for others develop stronger neural pathways for threat detection and ever weaker ones for empathy. Traditional magicians developed rules because they understood these dangers. Don't cast spells when emotional. Performing magic in a heightened state locks that emotion into the working. It bakes it into the spell. If you hex someone while enraged, you're not just sending anger outward, but crystallizing it within yourself. Protect yourself from backlash by creating psychological barriers between yourself and the intention. Ground yourself after working through physical activity, eating, or meditation. Without this, practitioners report staying trapped in the magical mindset, seeing signs everywhere. It becomes like you've put on the they live glasses, and you can never be at peace. This is part of why some magical paths, like Wicca, which is largely based on Crowley's magic, emphasize harm none. Not just as ethics, but as self-preservation. The Hippocratic Oath of do no harm, take that as understanding a double-edged scalpel that will cut as deeply into whatever organ you're cutting into on your voodoo doll, upon yourself. The internet has turned us all into passive mob witches. Now, am I being interrupted here? No. When someone starts trending on X, millions of us do the exact same thing at the exact same time. We screenshot their post, screen-shoot it, I should say, imagine our perfect comeback, fantasize about them getting destroyed by the replies, then share it to make sure some more people join in. Every group chat where friends tear apart someone's posts is like a coven casting a spell together. Everyone focusing their negative energy on the same target. We've created a massive system where millions can wish harm on someone simultaneously. But unlike traditional magic practitioners, we have no protective rituals, and we put very little thought into what we're doing to ourselves. Others are not only disconsidered, cast aside, most Americans are online users elsewhere, revel in their hurt, takest pleasure in their pain. Every time you imagine someone getting ratioed, every time you mentally compose the perfect takedown, every time you rehearse someone's cancellation, you're performing the same ritual Wenan paid those Etsy witches to do. You're just doing it unconsciously, without protection, and without recognizing the price. Regardless of which mechanism is true, supernatural forces or social mass psychology, there's damage to the practitioner and the environment around them. Whether you're a real magician or just training your brain for hostility, you're still hurting yourself and others. Kirk is dead, and I don't want to suggest it's the fault of Etsy witches burning his pictures. We may never know all the factors that led to this act of providence, but we do know that the climate of ritualized hostility creates conditions where the unthinkable becomest possible. The magic we perform carelessly contributes to an atmosphere thick with malice, and sometimes, in ways we cannot predict or control, that malice finds its expression in the physical world. Kirk's death might have been random chance, and most certainly divine retribution. But we should still use it as an opportunity to ask, what kind of reality are we willing into being? The irony is that those panicking about Etsy hexes are missing how we all participate in this dark practice every day online. No crystals or candles required. The Trump misadministration is attempting to redefine what our shared history is. Exempli gratiae, by restoring a portrait of the traitor Robert E. Lee at West Point, attempting to install commissars at the Smithsonian, and ordering the Bowdlerization of references at national parks to darker parts of the past, including the infamously searing image of a freed slave's scars from whippings. These steps seem designed to exclude some kinds of people from the shared history, or else force them to acquiesce to a tendentious or partial vision. Because there's a bigger story here. And what Trump is doing isn't politics. The FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, wearing a gold pin of Donald Trump's head that eerily resembles an old Chairman Mao pin my son's husband bought in Beijing as a souvenir back in 1988, went after Jimmy Kimmel again just hours before he was back on the air on Tuesday night. Carr also mentioned station licenses again in what seems like a thinly veiled threat when he tweeted, "Democrats just keep digging themselves a deeper and deeper hole on Kimmel. They simply can't stand that local TV stations, for the first time in years, stood up to a national programmer and chose to exercise their lawful right to preempt programming. We need to keep empowering local TV stations to serve their communities of license." Meanwhile, Trump's revenge prosecutor is reportedly demanding information on the FBI agent who was first to see the Sandy Hook carnage and testified against Alex Jones. As the American radio personality, author, businessman, and progressive political commentator Thomas Carl Hartman lays out in his newly published book titled The Last American President, subtitled A Broken Man, a Corrupt Party, and a World on the Brink, this is how terror and intimidation work. This is how free speech and the rule of law die. It's how kings rule. not elected presidents of democratic republics. And this is how power enforces obedience. By making an example out of person after person, news outlet after news outlet, comedian after comedian, until the rest of us, the rest of you, are too afraid to speak. That's the bigger story here. What Trump is doing isn't politics. It's the deliberate centralization of power, seizing it from the people and the mainstream mass media machine, silencing dissent, bending institutions to his will, and cloaking himself in immunity given him by 6 corrupt Republicans on the Supreme Court. It looks less like a presidency and more like a throne. Point. He declared a crime emergency in Washington, D.C., despite crime being at a 30-year low. Point. He created permanent quick reaction National Guard units ready to deploy into cities at his whim. A standing domestic army the founders explicitly warned against. And what your Second Amendment is supposed to be shooting back at, you dumb motherfuckers out there with your guns. You're supposed to be pointing them at him and his goons. Point. He rolled the model into Memphis, calling it a replica of D.C., and bragged Chicago is next. Occupation, not governance. Retribution is the centerpiece of his rule. Point. Security clearances stripped from John Bolton, Mark Milley, Anthony Fauci, and dozens of others who dared to oppose him. Point. Justice Department staff and prosecutors purged for doing their fucking jobs. Point. A $15 billion lawsuit against the New York Times designed to bankrupt it for printing facts. Point. After Charlie Kirk's death, networks pressured to fire Kimmel and silence Stephen Colbert. Every day, people hunted down, rodef, online, and forced out of jobs. Din rodef, the law of the pursuer. From a NASDAQ employee to a 23-year-old Idaho worker, fear is the point. The state itself is being weaponized. Point. The FCC warned ABC affiliates they could face investigations, fines, or even license loss after Kimmel's jokes about MAGA. Within days, Jimmy Kimmel Live was yanked from the air. If ABC can be threatened, and Trump repeated that threat when Kimmel came back, what message does that send to every other network? Stay quiet or be crushed. Point. Sanctuary cities are being starved of funds. Immigrants and entire communities are criminalized under Executive Order 14159. Point. The misadministration promises a crackdown on left-wing groups, presumably meaning activists, unions, professors, nonprofits, anyone who resists. And the ambitions. These ambitions don't stop at America's borders. Trump has mused openly about reshaping the map of the Western Hemisphere. Point. He's revived his obsession with Groenland, backing a House bill to purchase or otherwise acquire it, renaming it Red, White, and Blue Land. He's refused to rule out military force if Denmark resists. Point. He's declared the American Empire should reclaim the Panama Canal, calling Panama's fees exorbitant, and floating the idea of seizing control in the name of national security. Point. He's even suggested Canada, a dominion of the Greater British Empire, could become our 51st state, and slapped massive tariffs on Canadian goods to show he's serious. Point. Mexico, too, is in his crosshairs. Trade wars, tariffs, and rhetoric that treat America's southern neighbor not as a sovereign nation, but as territory. The bottom 37 states to be coerced. Point. And now, in the Caribbean, Trump's America has gone further. United States naval forces have literally blown up 3 Venezuelan boats. People have died. Maduro calls it aggression. Militias are mobilizing, and the Twa nations are sliding toward war. This is what happens when unchecked power turns outward. War abroad becomes the mirror of repression at home. Now, in terms of the states, I think that Mexico has 31 states. It's got Mexico City. That makes for a total of 32 federative entities. And, of course, they used to control the other nations of Central America. It adds up to 37, the bottom 37, which is a number Trump has used. Either that or he's so fucking ignorant, he can't count the number of states in the United States of Mexico. And believe it or not, they are also officially a United States. Meanwhile, support for Ukraine and NATO is now treated as transactional, not principled. Aid is approved 1 week, pause the next. The misadministration signals that restoring Ukraine's pre-2014 borders is unrealistic, effectively rewarding Russian aggression. Then they say, well, you can take it all back, but offer no way that Ukraine can realistically do so, rendering it, without American aid, unrealistic yet again. NATO allies are pressured to pay up or risk abandonment, as if the alliance is a mob protection racket rather than a shared democratic defense. If America no longer defends democracy abroad, what confidence should we have that it will defend democracy at home? The same coercive logic drives Trump's abuse of tariffs. Point. He welds tariffs not as economic policy, but as punishment, slapping Canada, Mexico, and Europe with sweeping trade taxes to force compliance. Point. Tariffs have become his political weapon, extortion dressed up as trade, a way to bend allies, neighbors, and even domestic industries to his will, and intimidate them into giving him gifts, like a multi-million-dollar aeroplane, or investing billions in his companies. Point. Just as troops in the District of Columbia or the FCC threaten to silence dissent, tariffs silence resistance by making the cost of saying no unbearable. And in Palestine, the United States has abandoned even the principle of self-determination. Point. Humanitarian aid is cut. Palestinian voices are dismissed. American imperial policy aligns squarely with occupation and repression. Indeed, with genocide. Point. This isn't about building democracy. It's about denying an entire ethnos, an entire race of people, the right to decide their own future. Indeed, it denies them the right to exist at all. Point. And when self-determination abroad is treated as expendable, along with the lives of the determinants, it sends a clear warning at home. Your rights, too, are now conditional. Your voice, too, will be silenced when it no longer serves those in power. The great almighty fucking Jew! The pattern is unmistakable. Everything that disperses power, free media, independent science, civic education, state and local authority, progressive nonprofits, judicial independence is under siege. Point. Scientists and public health experts are being fired. Programs gutted. Data suppressed. Point. The Justice, Sonia Sotomayor, implicitly warns that Americans may no longer know the difference between a president and a king. Point. Courts face pressure. Judges face threats. And rulings are bent to expand presidential immunity above and beyond all else to the point of the divine right of kingship. Point. Electoral laws are being re-engineered to federalize control, cut access, and tilt outcomes. This isn't scattershot. It's systemic. And here's the truth history tells us. Once power is seized, it is never given back. If Trump normalizes troops in cities, which is exactly what we fought a revolution order, the forced quartering of troops, that precedent shall endure. If he silences networks with FCC threats, that precedent will endure. If lawsuits against journalists succeed, that precedent shall endure. Each act rewires not only precedents, but the presidency itself into a throne for a would-be king. And yet some Democrats act as if this is business as usual while the ground is ripped out from beneath us all. Their weakness is complicity. They are treasonous. This is Rodif. They deserve to die. But democracy is not passive. It has always been the people who seized power back from kings, dictators, and colonizers. The founders understood this when they wrote the Constitution to divide power across 3 branches of government. They fought to prevent a new form of monarchy. And now it's our fight. It's your fight all over again. And what we must do together is clear. Point. Demand Congress block the abuse of emergency powers. Contact your elected representatives every week. Point. Push courts to stop executive overreach before these precedents harden into immutable solid stone. Point. Support independent journalism under attack. Provide myself with the financial support I need just to survive. A monthly contribution of 50 to 100 United States dollars. Point. Push back hard against censorship of the media and corporations that bow their knee to Donald Trump. Point. Stand with those being punished. Scientists, teachers, comedians, reporters, immigrants, protesters. But most of all, the man who has the solution. Myself, the son of Adolf Hitler, whom they cut off bandwidth the moment I begin to speak about your enemy and I and my own, the Jew, the Zionist, the purveyors of Edomite supremacy who believe you to not even be human. Point. Mobilize peacefully but relentlessly in the streets. No King's Day is in a few weeks. Find out where and get your ass there. Point. Elect governors, legislators, and mayors who will serve as firewalls against federal occupation. The quartering of troops. That, of course, is something that you should have learned in civics and what I have to teach the blood boys in terms of, well, the young lads have to know their civics because they're all going to be citizens. It's a violation of your Third Amendment, that part of the Constitution that prohibits the government from forcing citizens to house soldiers in their homes. It explicitly states that in peacetime, soldiers cannot be quartered in a private house without the owner's consent. During wartime, soldiers can only be quartered in a way that is established by law. This amendment was added to the Bill of Rights to prevent the kind of forced quartering that angered the American colonists under British rule. This is why Trump is returning the name of the Department of Defense to the Department of War. It is civil war against half the American population, and under the law of war, he can dispense troops into your home and quarter them. The Department of War is to enable war against you, not others abroad. You are the enemy. It's your home Trump's gonna take. And if he likes it enough, he's gonna fucking keep it. He's a real estate mogul. He'll call eminent domain, and your property will be his to resell. Do you honestly fucking believe he's above and beyond all that? Department of War, troops into our cities, not those of another nation. This is a real estate land grab. This is about power. Who has it, who loses it, and whether it still belongs to the people. If we do nothing, our children will ask what democracy was like, because they will never have experienced it. If we fight now, we can still preserve one of the greatest socio-systems humanity has ever devised. A republic of laws, not autocrats. Trump wants to be king. He's already acting like one. The only question is whether we'll kneel or rise together, take our republic back, and reconstitute it into a united Americano democracy. Because Trump awakened an angry sleeping giant last week. And we're about to roar. But have we reached the most dangerous moment yet? It was an extraordinary week. The slumbering giant of America is awakening. Americans forced Disney to put Jimmy Kimmel back on the air. Over 6 million people, there's that number again, watched Kimmel's Tuesday monologue assailing Trump's attempt to censor him. Another 26 million watched it on social media, including YouTube. Kimmel's usual television audience is about 1.42 million. This is the best thing that ever fucking happened to him. Seriously, Trump should simply have ignored him and he would have faded away to black. Trump's dictatorial narcissism revealed itself nearly as dramatically in the criminal indictment of former FBI Director James Comey, coming immediately after Trump fired the United States attorney who refused to indict him, as did Trump's demand that prosecutors go after the philanthropist George Soros, the senator Adam Schiff, the New York Attorney Generaless Letitia James, and other misperceived enemies, as did Trump's order yesterday directing the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to abuse full force, if necessary, to protect war-ravaged Portland, Oregon, and any ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other domestic terrorists He is escalating his abuse of the United States military against Americans. Department of War means war against you, motherfucker. There was also his bonkers speech to the United Nations telling delegates that their nations are going to hell. His attribution of autism to Tylenol. Even though doctors confirm it's safe for pregnant women in moderation, his unilateral imposition of tariffs as high as 100% on imports of pharmaceuticals and kitchen cabinets. Friends, his neo-totalitarianism and his dementia are both in plain sight. Americans, including independents, if nary Republicans, are appalled by what we're seeing. His polls continue to drop. Voters are turning against him and his red Republican Party. On Tuesday, the Democrat Adelita Grijalva won Arizona's 7th congressional district in a special election, leaving House Republicans with a majority of just 5. Grijalva's victory comes on the heels of another Democratic win, James Walkinshaw's in Virginia. 2 more special elections are coming in Texas and Tennessee. The Speaker, Mike Johnson, is struggling to hold House Republicans together, facing rebellion on such issues as the releasing of files. Well, the release of files relating to the disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein, at least. Democrats are refusing to go along with Republicans to fund the government beyond Tuesday unless Republicans agree to extending Affordable Care Act subsidies, now set to expire at the end of the year, and cause 24 million people to lose coverage or pay skyrocketing premiums. Friends, I cannot tell you exactly when the tipping point will occur, when elected Republicans will rebel against him, or when his dementia becomes so apparent he's forced to resign, or when so much of the nation rises up against his dictatorship that he's impeached and convicted of high crimes. But we're getting closer. As I said but a few days ago, I've been in and around politics for 60 years and have developed a sixth sense about the slumbering giant of America. That giant is now stirring. They are about to stand. They're angry. Soon they will roar. Your activism is working. Be strong. Be safe. Hug your loved ones. We'll get through this. Because J.D. Vance and Stephen Miller, speaking for the Trump misadministration, have declared war on liberal groups doing the important work of fighting to save democracy, all in the name of avenging Charlie Kirk's death. The exploitation of a fatally politicized fagspat has been sickening and dangerous as the MAGA machine abuses it to promote revenge, silence free speech, and shut down vital organizations. These are all the same people who decried cancel culture from the left. And we don't even know the motive of Kirk's killer. But don't expect consistency from totalitarians. They're only out for power. One condition that has set the United States apart from other democracies in which authoritarians have seized power is our strong civil society. The American Empire has been a democracy much longer than Russia, Magyarország or Hungary, Turkey, Belarus or India, and others, past and present, in which we've seen strongmen seize control and snuff out democratic institutions. As such, the American Empire has built a strong, very organized, and wealthy civil society that is not nearly as easy to destroy as it has been in fledgling democracies. Colleges and universities, both publicly and privately funded. An unfettered and robust free press. Legal organizations and private law firms doing pro bono work, all guaranteeing a fight for basic protections. And foundations, often created by wealthy people, like my son's husband, who have continued to fund them, along with average Americans sending in whatever money they can, as I ask for myself from you, which have for many decades backed groups fighting for civil rights, women's rights, separation of church and state, freedom of speech, 2SLGBTQ plus rights, economic equality, and much more. These no-profit organizations help fund other non-profit aid groups and non-profit publications, doing investigative reporting and commentary that have been vital. As the fear that Congress, controlled by a subservient Russo-collaborationist Red Republican insurgent party, would do nothing to protect democracy from the authoritarian came into view this year. And as we watched a Supreme Court Trump has stacked, doing his every bidding, like a Pavlovian bitch responding to a bell, the United States' civil society has been an important pillar. That's why we saw Trump attempting to dismantle it from the beginning of this midterm, starting with the universities, law firms, and the mainstream mass media machine. After ABC caved in to Trump's extortionist lawsuit, we saw CBS do the same. Eventually, Paramount, CBS's owner, got its mega merger approved by Trump's FCC in a quid pro quo deal in which Trump got a settlement on his frivolous lawsuit, which, like ABC's settlement, paid Trump's legal fees and funds his presidential library. God knows what's in that pile of shit. Now CBS's new owner, Skydance, is under direct control of Trump cultist Larry Ellison, who is eager to please Trump. In the last week, we learned CBS News has hired a MAGA machine ombudsman. An internal censor is a more apt title in this case, with no mass media experience, who will make sure the network doesn't stray from the far-right agenda of the Putinist party line. Ellison is also in talks to bring in right-wing Barry Weitz, who built the conservative Free Press, which is neither, and which he will buy up in the deal, and put her in a top job at CBS News. This will be the first network among the big three broadcasting networks, which are still more watched than cable channels, that looks like its news division will transform into a new Fox News. Regarding the universities and law firms, after seeing many initially bow to Trump, we finally saw Harvard and several important firms fight back in the courts and win big. That's been encouraging, and it's what we must demand. That's more important now, as Miller and Vance signaled the Trump misadministration is going after nonprofit groups as they abuse Kirk's death. Vance hosted Kirk's podcast over the weekend before last, from the White House no less, and Miller and other Trump officials came on the program. Vance was the epitome of the rising totalitarian, declaring war on leftists. He promoted a mass doxing effort to have people who have criticized Kirk fired from their jobs. He called on people who see someone celebrating Charlie's death to call their employer. Vance went on, "We don't believe in political violence, but we do believe in civility, and there is no civility in the celebration of political assassination." which, as I said, there was nothing political and it wasn't a goddamn assassination. I've defined that in episodes past. It's a fucking fag spat. This is the same J.D. Vance who spraketh at the Munich Security Conference in February, where he backed the Russified neo-Nazi party in Germany, the AfD, Alternative für Deutschland, and fought for their right to promote hate speech, saying, "Under Donald Trump's leadership, we may agree," well, he actually said, "we may disagree with your views," even though he agreed, "but we will fight to defend your right to offer it in the public square. Agree or disagree?" Well, so much for that. Not to mention it's all bullshit anyway. It's Europe, motherfucker. They don't have freedom of speech. If you were to defend their freedom of speech, you'd be going to war. We've already seen people, from TV pundits and newspaper columnists to teachers and an airline pilot, lose their jobs after making comments about Charlie Kirk, mostly focused on his hateful, racist, and anti-2S-LGBT++ rhetoric. Many were fired after MAGA politicians and hate groups brought attention to their words. This is a purge, and it's just getting started. The Guardian reports, an anonymous website that began collecting reports of anti-Kirk political extremism, in quotes, said it had received more than 63,000 submissions. The New Republic notes that the effort is already out of control, sweeping up people who didn't even write about Kirk. According to a User Mag report, and here I read therefrom, Ali Nazrati, 30, said he hadn't posted anything about Kirk, but was still publicly doxxed over an account using his name and photograph that made posts mocking the right-wing activist, User Mag reported. This set off a tidal wave of threatening messages and phone calls, sending his mother and sister fleeing from their home and resulting in Nazrati getting suspended, without pay, from his job. Even more alarming, Vance suggested taking away the nonprofit status of the Ford Foundation and George Soros's Open Society Foundation, referring to an article in The Nation magazine, the renowned progressive outlet, which he clearly wants to shut down. The Washington Post reports neither group actually currently funds the Nation. I'm reading from the Washington Post here, 2 paragraphs. Vance called out the, in quotes, generous tax treatment that George Soros's Open Society Foundations and the Ford Foundation receive, as he accused the groups of, what does it say here? Funding a disgusting article, in quotes, his words, in The Nation magazine that he said was used to justify Kirk's death. Neither group appears to have provided money to the Nation for the past 5 years. The moves underscore the extraordinary amount of time and resources the administration has dedicated to advancing the legacy of Kirk, and the way officials have harnessed the emotions surrounding his killing to potentially suppress dissent. Miller said the White House is promoting a list of left-wing organizations that are promoting violence. This is not happening for free. And so, under the president's direction, the Attorney General is going to find out who is paying for it, and they will now be criminally liable for paying for violence. As the New York Times reports, investigators conclude the suspect in Kirk's killing, Tyler Robinson, acted alone. Even though I will tell you he was a patsy, and obviously a frontman for a conspiracy. But the paper noted the White House is implying some sort of coordination with progressive groups, which couldn't organize their way out of a fucking paper bag, I can give you that much. For one thing, they're too fucking diverse. Too many goddamn different races, too many fucking different religions. They're the gang that couldn't shoot straight. they're a hole in the wall. This, as Trump claimed, political violence is coming from the left, while he ignores the vast majority of political violence, which is directed at Democrats from MAGA killers, like the man who shot and killed Minnesota Democratic legislatoress Melissa Hortman and her husband in their homes but a few months ago. But Mr. Trump and his allies suggested that the suspect was part of a coordinated movement that was fomenting violence against conservatives, without presenting evidence that such a network even existed. America has seen a wave of violence across the political spectrum, all targeting Democrats, and only some Republicans. Mr. Trump, who has downplayed violence from right-wing or other supporters, said that he would like to designate a range of groups, including the loosely affiliated group of far-left anti-fascism activists known as Antifa, as domestic terrorists, and bring racketeering cases against people funding protests. Trump has actually called for abusing the RICO Act, the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, RICO, against progressive nonprofit organizations. We have some pretty radical groups, and they get away with murder, Mr. Trump said, without naming any additional groups. He added that he was talking to the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, about bringing charges under the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act against some of the people that you've been reading about that have been putting up millions and millions of dollars for agitation. Is all this a lot of bluster that won't get far, even if they intend it to? Possibly. That they couldn't find a connection between their first mentioned targets, the foundations and The Nation magazine, and that The Nation, as a magazine, is protected by the First Amendment, doesn't bode well for their crackdown. It's doubtful they will find any group on the left supporting violent action of any kind. Because, they're all like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and they're all kind of, passive like that. That's why they're left. Those groups, after all, have been speaking against gun violence for decades, fighting for firearms reform and backing efforts to stem gun violence, domestic abuse, and brutality by law enforcement. These are fucking peacenik hippies, man! This may mostly be about abusing Kirk's death to fire up the MAGA base for the midterms, as Trump's numbers are tanking, and he can't get away from the Epstein saga, while setting up J.D. Vance for a 2028 run. But with odious Stephen Miller vowing revenge and seeing what he's done on immigration, I wouldn't put anything past them. Part of Project 2025's plan is dismantling the grip of groups that fight for democracy. And Trump and his allies see an opportunity to damage that robust civil society further. This is when we all have to pay even more attention. So now you gotta hear this. Calling for death gets you honored in Congress. The House Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgency Party plans to honor Charlie Kirk, who called for Biden's execution. House Republicans have been preparing to pass a resolution to honor the life and work of the bigot and conspiracy theorist Charlie Kirk, who was killed the week before last. The planned honor is the latest element in the right's crusade to abuse Kirk's death to promote a censorious agenda meant to silence millions of Americans. Axios reported on Thursday of the week before last that the planned resolution describes Kirk as, get this, a courageous American patriot who personified the values of the First Amendment, exercising his God-given right to speakest freely, challenge prevailing narratives, and did so with honor, courage, and respect for his fellow Americans. The resolution also claims that Kirk sought to elevate truth. These are all lies. Kirk abused the platform of his radio show and his activist group Turning Point USA, TPUSA or TPUTA, to promote bigotry against black people, women, 2SLGBTQ+ people, liberals, and more. He promoted deconstructed conspiracy theories in the wake of the 2020 presidential election and supported efforts to overturn the electoral victory of the legally elected former President Joe Biden. Specifically on the subject of Biden, Kirk called for him to be killed. In a 2023 rant on his syndicated radio show, which is national, Kirk said, "Joe Biden is a bumbling, dementia-filled Alzheimer's, corrupt tyrant who should honestly be put in prison and or given the death penalty for his crimes against America." Contrary to the House resolution's claims, Kirk also supported violence against his political rivals. In 2022, a deranged man attacked Paul Pelosi, husband of then Speaker Nancy Pelosi, with a hammer. The attack fractured Paul Pelosi's skull. After that man was arrested, Kirk called him an amazing patriot and encouraged all his listeners to send him money so he could go and bail this guy out. Well, guess what? He raised millions of fucking dollars, and that guy was never bailed out. I know that for a fact. He's not just a liar. He's not just a bigot. He's a fucking thief. To honor Kirk is not just to honor his thievery, but his support for killing a Democratic president. The Texas Republican, Yasmin Crockett, the Texas Representative, Yasmin Crockett, she opposed the Republicans, the only one to do so that I'm aware of. She told the Fourth Estate that she would oppose this resolution, explaining that she was not sure what is honorable about Kirk's extensive record of divisive, vituperatively violent comments. Antithetically, a Judeo-Democrat, the Florida Representative Jared Moskowitz, said he would vote for the resolution, arguing that voting to honor Kirk, a person with a history of racism, but indelible support for Israel, which is just ancillary to his racism, is, Moskowitz's words, one way of bringing the temperature down on political rhetoric. Moskowitz's statement reflects much of this self-sacrificial mass suicide ideation that other Democratic lawmakers have expressed under the Jewfluence following the Kirk killing, ignoring the activist's own record as well as Republicans' open plans to exploit the death for their political benefit. You see, all guidance to members about how they should vote on this issue is motivated by the Democratic leadership's unifying comprehension that Israel is losing America. During the past 12 years, some of the most contentious conversations my son's husband has been part of on both sides of the Atlantic have been over Israel. But the tone of those discussions was very different. In Europe, the public opinion has long soured on Israel because of the horrors of the genocide in Gaza. Even long-standing supporters of the Jewish state have become frustrated and appalled. In America, Israel's closest protector and ally, I should say its occupied bitch, there was a clear contrast. Not only has the Trump misadministration unwaveringly offered unconditional support, The tenor of conversations with politicians or foreign policy wonks was generally much more pro-Israel than any sugar daddy was part of in Europe. That is changing. On recent returning homestays in America, our estate holder has heard far more overt criticism of Israel's policies and growing concern that public support for Israel among ordinary Americans, and in particular young ones, is eroding fast. The situation is striking and sobering. If I were a kike, I'd be worried. You see, polling proves the mood is shifting sharply in America, not just among Democrats, but also, well, even Republicans. A recent YouGov/Economist poll finds that 43% of Americans finally comprehend that Israel is committing genocide in the Gaza. In the past 3 years, unfavorable views of Israel among Democrats over 50 rose by 23 percentage points. Among Republicans under 50, support is evenly divided, compared with 63% for Israel in 2022. If this loss of popular American support continues, it will prove catastrophic for a small country of 10 million people in a neighborhood rendered hostile by their relentless arrogations. Right now, America is all that stands between Israel and pariah status. The Ziodomik Rus occupation government will claim all my analyses to be naught but scaremongering. I myself know their view to be dangerous complacency of pride before the fall of Israel without American imperial support. Loss of the United States backing would be a catastrophe for Israel. France has joined the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and Portugal in formally recognizing a Palestinian state, leaving the increasingly isolated Israel more dependent on American imperial support than ever before. The Economist magazine has concluded that, to read therefrom, America is all that stands between Israel and a pariah status that would have dire implications for its diplomatic, legal, and military security. But there are cracks deep within the foundations of the alliance. So what the fuck did these commentators just say? Well, despite Benjamin Netanyahu's blithe assurances that relations with America are strong, they are not. Israel's prime minister has riled the Trump misadministration and is losing support from United States voters, American voters across the board. Americans rightly shudder at the sight of starving children in the Gaza, and Israel's unilateral maneuvers, such as missile strikes on Turkey and Qatar, have frustrated our imperial American president. For such a small country in a hostile and dangerous neighborhood, the loss of American imperial backing would be a catastrophe indeed. Militarily, America's support for Israel is underpinned by a decade-long agreement. The current deal, worth $3.8 billion a year to Israel, runs until 2028. The Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft has calculated that United States military aid to Israel has at least tripled since the October 7th attacks, with Washington directly providing 1/3 of Israel's defense budget in 2024. But there be fears that Trump will seek a less favorable deal next time. Hamzeh Attar, a defense analyst, told Al Jazeera that the loss of American imperial support might mean the end to the block on commercial satellites that Israel relies upon to obscure its territory. In other words, Google Maps blurs everything out of Israel for enemy missile brains or something. Israel could also lose the defense systems, such as Arrow and Iron Dome, which are mostly funded by Washington, in case you did not know. That's not Israeli technology. They don't build that shit. It would be forced by, well, the Jews, the kikes of Israel, would be forced to buy weapons from Europe, which doesn't even like them anymore, rather than getting them for free, as it does from these United States. You ever see a Jew pull out his pocket? That's like extracting an organ. That's not going to be fun for them. They would die. They wouldn't buy the weapons, and they'd all, like, fucking die. They'll be stuck with their curses, hurling their curses at everyone. Ori Goldberg, an Israeli political scientist, as if you couldn't tell by his name, has attested that Israel is very dependent on the United States financially. You can see how this guy got his doctorate. He's fucking brilliant. And losing that would make things difficult. But the white settler apartheid state's economy wouldn't collapse entirely. It's still got all those Russian young girls to sell. And Epstein's boys. Daniel Levy, a former Israeli government advisor, has confirmed that politically, American imperial support has been the gift that keeps on giving to the Israeli right, meaning the Israeli religio-fundamentalists that I've already exposed. Without American imperial support, the Israeli religio rights legitimacy wouldn't even fucking be there. Because America's evangelical and worships the fucking Jew if they look Jewish. They gotta look the part, like they're gonna rebuild the third temple and sacrifice all the red heifers to bring Christ back. Then the Americans kiss their ass. Washington has also frequently abused its veto on the United Nations Security Council to block critical motions against the Israeli occupation of Palestine, including all demands for any ceasefire in the Gaza. It has also supported Israel in the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court, making it an indispensable ally for Israel on the world stage because it incriminates us in their war crimes and renders us as guilty as they. If an arrest warrant actually gets Benjamin Netanyahu on the dock in The Hague, both Trump and Biden belong right there on either side of the son of a bitch. And they all deserve the death sentence. But what's really happening next? With more countries set to formally recognize a Palestinian state, some Israeli ministers are pushing for the annexation of parts of the occupied West Bank. The Wall Street Journal has concluded that this controversial maneuver, encroaching further into Palestinian territory, would antagonize the Arab world and potentially even the American empire. It would undermine the Abraham Accords, which established diplomatic relations between Israel and several Arab countries, and dent Trump's hopes of establishing his legacy as a peacemaker. But it's not about a state. Israel's government wants to erase the Palestinians. I mean, scrub them from human history. Like, wipe them from the scrolls, baby. Now, Israeli officials are abusing ultra-nationalist ideology to shape policy on all fronts, making it clear they're unwilling to live either with or beside Palestinians. The official Israeli responses to the wave of Western countries that recognized a Palestinian state revealed that for the Israeli government, the question at hand is not about sovereignty in the least, but instead about the very existence of Palestinians beside them, not just taking up space, but breathing their air. Erasure is the term. Erasure of Palestinians and their state is not hyperbole, but rather the language abused by the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, in August, when his plan to build Jewish settlements on West Bank territory that would effectively dissect it was approved, himself declaring, "The Palestinian state is being erased from the table, not with slogans, but with actions." The clearest sign of this policy of erasure came as just before Netanyahu boarded his empty plane overnight on Thursday to speak before an empty United Nations General Assembly. He declared there would be no Palestinian state, reaffirming his response to the formal recognition of a Palestinian state by the English-speaking trilateral of the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, and other countries. A second sign of the drive to eliminate Palestinian presence is Israel's push to annex the West Bank, which would effectively codify an apartheid state system in which Jews have rights and Palestinians do not, including the basic right to vote. This week, Netanyahu pledged to continue building Jewish settlements, while the far-right National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, demanded immediate Israeli sovereignty across the entire West Bank. Communications Minister Shlomo Karhi of Netanyahu's Likud party added, in Gaza too, denying the Palestinians a state and calling to annex the West Bank, while imposing military rule upon the Gaza, which appears to be Israel's only post-genocide plan, leaves Palestinians with two intolerable options: subsist sans fundamental or political rights under Israeli rule, effectively a death sentence, or leave altogether, death in another form. This is a policy that clearly amounts to ethnic cleansing, indeed extermination. The third sign of Israel's will to live with no Palestinians came as it embraced this week some of the most notorious anti-Muslim forces in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, who openly call for the mass deportation of Muslims. Israel's Diaspora Affairs Minister, Amichai Hikli, reposted, "Fuck Palestine," from the British far-right activist and conspiracy theorist Tommy Robinson, whom the Anti-Defamation League itself, the ADL itself, is described as a bigot. Hikli also initially shared an image of the British flag with a star and crescent superimposed, echoing Israeli talking points that European policies are shaped by large Islamist minorities. Netanyahu repeated this line. He regurgitated it like a parrot, while pro-Israel social media influencers circulated videos of Muslims praying in London with the caption, "They are marking their territory." On a more formal level, Israel effectively gave an unofficial endorsement to Nigel Farage's far-right Reform Party, currently leading in British polls, for its denunciation of recognition. Israel's foreign minister, Gideon Sa'er, called Farage, remarking, ironically, that in Israel, we know to distinguish between the British people and their government. While Farage is more measured than some far-right figures in mainland Europe, his party has harbored conspiracy theories linked to Judeophobia, and he has pledged to expel hundreds of thousands of migrants from the United Kingdom after claiming that the country has a growing number of Muslims who do not subscribe to British values. These Israeli responses cement the far-right and ultra-nationalist values that the government is attempting to shape the occupation state's ideology with, as it faces virtually no opposition from Netanyahu's parliamentary rivals, who have literally been cursed to death. Netanyahu's government is making clear at every opportunity that it is unwilling to live either with or beside Palestinians as it commits war crimes daily in the Gaza Strip, killing hundreds each week while displacing hundreds of thousands, which is simply a death sentence deferred. As Netanyahu made his case at the United Nations on Friday, casting himself once again as both a victim and a fighter for the Western cause, the ferocious and openly racist Israeli responses to Palestinian sovereignty let alone Palestinian subsistence, must be recognized for what they are: a subtle yet clear denial of the right of Palestinians to simply exist, to take up space, to breathe Jewish air. Since Kirk's killing, the Russo-collaborationist Republicans, paleo-reactionary Zyactivists, and the right-wing mainstream mass media machine have been forcefully and nationally attempting to shut down dialogue about Charlie Kirk, his bigoted record, and the hatred he regularly espoused. They have pushed for firings and deplatforming, and have even abused the weight of the Federal Communications Commission to silence popular Trump critics, like late-night host Jimmy Kimmel. The Russo-radicalized, the Russian-radicalized Zio-right, the Judeo-right, the Judeo-Bolsheviks are trying to take down our First Amendment. And they want to honor the life of the hate-monger whose death they are exploiting to fuel their scorched earth campaign against America as a fifth column on our shores, establishing a beachhead for the Zio-Slavo-Sinix axis. You see, this isn't about Charlie Kirk. Extremists view the Kirk termination as a call to holy war. Far-right MAGA pundit Candace Owens is claiming that Turning Point USA's Charlie Kirk was getting ready to convert to Catholicism near the end of his life. But evangelical Christian fundamentalists are denying that claim. And reporters Sam Stein and Will Sommer appeared skeptical about that alleged conversion during a conversation for the conservative website, The Bulwark. After Kirk's murder, his widow, Erika Kirk, posted on Instagram that the world is evil and declared, "They have no idea what they just ignited within this wife." Well, I have no doubt that she was wet between the thighs thanks to his death, happy as a clam in heat. Arthur Jeff Charlotte, known for his writings on Christo-nationalism, discussed Erika Kirk's comments with The Guardian, warning, "That's holy war. That's accelerationism. And it's incredibly powerful." In a video, the megachurch pastor, Matt Tuggle, said of Kirk's murder, "If your pastor isn't telling you the left believes in an evil, demonic belief system, you are in the wrong church." Sean Feucht, a Christo-nationalist pastor who worked with Kirk, said, "We know that the blood of the martyrs is the seed of the church. The devil is not going to win. The forces want us to be silent. They want us to shut up. We need to be more bold." Now, in terms of some news that was sent to me by Brendan Zogid, I'll do my best to address this later. I thank him for bringing that to my attention. Kirk. Yeah, Char Kirk, who was 31 when he was fatally shot in Utah, was closely identified with evangelical Christo-nationalism. Now, there are some other things far-right Christo-nationalists have been saying since Kirk's death. And The Guardian's J. Oliver Conroy, in an article published on September 20th, reports that Christo-nationalists are positioning Charlie Kirk as a martyr for their movement. Conroy describes Christo-nationalism as, in his own words, the belief that the United States is and should be an explicitly Christian nation. Kirk had been an evangelical Christian himself since childhood, but earlier in his career expressed reluctance at politicizing his religious views. That changed during the peak of the early pandemic, when Kirk made the acquaintance of several charismatic megachurch pastors protesting church lockdowns. He began to traffic in ideas influenced by the NAR, the New Apostolic Reformation, including the Seven Mountain Mandate. Turning Point USA also began to forge partnerships with churches. I think the union representing Kimmel's musicians is right. To quote Tino Ghilardi, the president of the American Federation of Musicians, this is not complicated. Trump's FCC identified speech it did not like and threatened ABC with extreme reprisals. This is state censorship. It's now happening in the United States of America, not some far-off country. This act by the Trump administration represents a direct attack on free speech and artistic expression. These are fundamental rights that we must protect in a free society. But I, myself, think that's wrong too. This is complicated. What's happening is not just a consequence of government thugs attacking free speech and artistic expression. It's also the consequence of 3 decades of corporate consolidation and the near total lack of antitrust law enforcement. A handful of companies now own all the mainstream mass media machine outlets tens of millions of us use. In the case of the ABC affiliates, 3 firms, Nexstar and Sinclair, effectively own all of them. This results in not only an artificially narrow range of views and information, but also a vulnerability on the part of mainstream mass media machine owners faced with a belligerent government such as the current one. They can stand on free press and free speech grounds and risk the wrath of a criminal FCC, or they can play along. ABC could have chosen to interpret Kimmel's words in his favor. He didn't say what the critics said he said. Instead, it chose to interpret his words in MAGA favor. It sacrificed Kimmel in the misbegotten hope that doing so will appease them. It won't. Now, just checking in with Bren here. Thank you. I don't mean ABC won't get something for failing to take its own side in a fight. I have no idea what it might gain had it stood the moral ground. I mean surrendering in advance won't end well, as we have seen in dictator states like Turkey and Magyarország, or Hungary, where autocrat sticks and carrots, as Brian Patrick Stelter put it, have led to their respective governments having effectively total control of their mainstream mass media machines. No one in Turkey dares to jest about Recep Tayyip Erdogan. No one in Magyarország or Hungary dares to mock Viktor Orbán. And that's what Donald Trump wants here. Jimmy Kimmel isn't just a comedian. Indeed, he's not even funny. But to the president and the MAGA faithful, he represents the left, which is to say, anyone who has enough independence of mind to laugh. Indeed, that might be the biggest obstacle to their hostile takeover attempt. If you have the courage to laugh at the reality of the human condition, you don't need a strong man like Donald Trump to save you from the truth about it. But courage, like the enforcement of antitrust law, is lacking. It's one thing for the state to bully private enterprise. It's another for private enterprise to roll over because it believes rolling over is its interest. Here I will quote Dan Le Betard, the sports writer and podcaster who so recently said, "Once you're a coward who is extorted, the bully's going to keep extorting." When ABC gave Trump $16 million on something that ABC News anchor George Stephanopoulos said, they opened the doors now to all of media feeling like it needs to capitulate to a threat. And now you get dangerously close to state-run media. I've never seen, in my lifetime, America in the position it's presently in, where the media is running this kind of scared from power. As if we're not a place where one of the chief principles is free speech. You see, in a red quake of role reversal, the Trump misadmin is working to criminalize all dissent as domestic terror in wake of the Kirk Dispatch. On Monday, opening last work week, senior Trump misadministration officials opened the work week by making fresh threats to crack down on a non-existent left-wing domestic terror movement following the week before's XPD, or expedient demise, of Charlie Kirk. A machination to exploit the far-right firebrand silencing to advance an authoritarian agenda targeting all nonviolent opposition. Even as investigators still work to determine the motive of Kirk's killer, members of Trump's inner circle and fellow travelers have amplified a patently fabricated narrative of a coordinated leftist movement targeting conservatives, or rather reactionaries. There's very few conservatives left. A true conservative would never do what a postmodern Republican ever does. You know, like rent boy butt at conventions. Okay, we've got a new thing here. Stockton man tries to attack victim with a sword, then proceeds to attempt burning him with a torch. The male victim was 60 years old. And, of course, the suspect is a white male adult. Jesus fucking Christ. Now, according to the New York Times, from where I read this quote, and if you want to give me some observations on that, Brendan, if you think you have any context. Otherwise, on Monday, two senior administration officials who spoke anonymously to describe the internal planning said that cabinet secretaries and federal department heads were working to identify organizations that funded or supported violence against conservatives. The goal, they said, was to categorize left-wing activity that led to violence as domestic terrorism, an escalation that critics said could lay the groundwork for crushing anti-conservative dissent more broadly. Now on Monday, another unnamed administration official told the Times that government agencies would be investigating people, including those accused of vandalizing Tesla electric vehicles and dealerships and allegedly assaulting federal immigration agents in an effort to implicate any and all American leftists in political violence. They'll probably say this guy was a leftist, right? Is that it, Brent?
Oh, no, that's the problem with parts of America. It's like shit like that happens, but there's no explanation. It's not even just senseless violence.
It's Edomic. It's chaos.
It's just crazy. Yeah, it's just crazy chaos.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it's drugs, but there's also a layer of it that doesn't make sense. You know, it's just, yeah, it's a horrible place to be.
It truly is. So tell us about Shapiro and what Shapiro was saying on Charlie Kirk's show. These people they're all antichrist.
Yeah. The reason why I brought it up is because they somehow think that the J-man's going to back them up in their Christianity, but it's actually the opposite.
Thank you.
They're just using them as Gentiles to do what they want to do. But in the end, you're just as expendable as Islam or anything else, because they consider themselves like the grandpa. Mm-hmm. And then these are like, then Christianity's the son, and then the grandson is like Islam. So they could do whatever they want to them. They don't care. Mm-hmm. Because they consider themselves the source of all three. So, but he went on Charkirk's show, I think it was only a year ago, but he said, what do you think about Christ? Is he, do you accept Christ? And Shapiro straight up told him, said, no, I don't accept your Christ. He's, I don't, no, he said beyond that, he said, we don't accept, as in Orthodox Jews, we don't accept or believe in the divinity of Christ. And they just sat there and accepted, just like, oh, okay, no problem. But if like one of us were to just go out there and say that to their face, they say, you're a satanic piece of shit, or whatever.
Yeah. And
you're anti-Christic.
Yeah. At the very least, they would have a rejection of divinity, that the concept of divine incarnation is incompatible with their monotheistic beliefs. I'm surprised Shapiro even acknowledged Jesus as a historical figure. Of course.
Well, I think that was just the AI aggregate. Okay. I don't think he ever said that.
Okay. But the AI aggregate.
I'm sure if you pinned him down, he would say, "Oh, it's just a made up."
Thank you.
Fabrication of the.
Thank you.
Because the Messiah hasn't came yet, technically, according to them.
Thank you. Now, basically, according to the AI. It's still on the mark. You got to give the AI credit. It obviously has intelligence because it says that Shapiro interprets Christ's mission through life and death, mission and death, it says, through a Jewish lens, separate from the Christian understanding of atonement and resurrection. So all credit to the AI for that. It had good fucking programmers. That's pretty fucking astute.
Yeah, well, it's smarter than the programmers even.
Thank you.
At this point.
Thank you. Because it learns as it goes along, while its programmers do not. Its programmers are stuck, but the AI develops.
And I was trying to send something else to you, but it won't let me copy and paste it. So let me try and get back to it.
Okay.
And I find it relevant, and I'll let you continue.
But while you're here, I do want to emphasize something. Yeah. If you're dealing with the religious Jews, you're fucked, because to them there was no Christ. You are nothing but an animal, or less than an animal, and their Moshiach is coming.
Gentile.
Yeah, well, goyim, just shit. You're just dirt.
Those are like the hardcore dudes with the curls. They'll say that.
Oh yeah. You heard my quotes? I was reading their quotes. They said the Jewish body is special, and you can just take organs from other people's bodies to keep a Jew alive. They're just here for us.
There's people online that go and interview them, and they just say that to your face, and on camera too.
Yeah, you're an organ bank.
They say, so you're okay with the goy dying, and he says, they must die. Yes. They must die for us.
Yes. Yeah. And if you're stuck
that's why we keep them alive. That's literally what they said.
Thank you. Yeah, so...
But it's not like some kind of slanderous thing. Yeah, it's from their own mouths.
Now, to the religious Jew... Your Christ is their antichrist, but to the secular Jew, your Christ never fucking existed. So to the secular Jew, you're an idiot who's basically they look at you as a superstitious fool if you're a Christian and or a Gentile.
But he's also gone on and said, well, Christ was Jewish and that's why they killed him. Because they persecuted him for being a Jew.
They'll fuck the argument any way they can just to make themselves look the victim. Just like, Netanyahu gets up in front of the United Nations. He's the victim. And he'll tell that to you. I'm the victim. He's slaughtering an entire race, an ethnos, while telling you how he's the victim here. And how can you not see that? While flying a plane that was empty except for its crew and himself, think about the carbon footprint there. He's got the carbon footprint of fucking Godzilla. when he.
Oh yeah, you think they care? I mean,
Yeah. Well, of course not. They're bringing about the apocalypse. They're burning it all, baby. All the fossil fuels are meant for them. But yeah,
it's almost like that's like I don't think they even think about it like that.
Yeah.
That's how crazy they are.
Yeah, they don't even give it a thought. Yeah, no, of course not. That would give them too much credit. So Incubate was saying.
But
yeah, go on. No, continue. Yeah, please, by all means.
What was this dude saying?
It says, "Damn, this is some heavy stuff. It feels like even normal, average people are publicly advertising their distrust of and even malice towards Israel and Jews. The tunnel thing in New York City shook people up." I'm sorry.
Well, it's beyond that. It's beyond that.
Tunnel thing in New what?
Remember when they
that shit.
they found
Jesus
those
Christ,
Orthodox
that was
guys digging?
That was just, how long ago was that? They scrubbed that. Nobody even knows about it.
Like the thing about that is it wasn't like some Ian West shit where they were smuggling. It was that the city wouldn't let them build anymore, so they just took it. They said, we're just going to dig further.
It's
go under other people's buildings.
Yeah, it was zoning restrictions based on safety because they're compromising the structural integrity of the buildings above them. That's all it was. Yes.
Yeah, so I don't think they even thought it through. They just say it's ours.
They just say it's ours like they do everything else. It's like, tell them about the Jews kicking apart that thing in Scotland. It's some 1,000-year-old cairn in Scotland, piled stones, and the fucking kikes are coming over and just kicking it over.
Oh, that was Wales. So yeah, there was this like ancient stone pile that all the locals were caring for, and there was some Christian stuff that they added later, like a cross and different things. And there were these tourists from some unknown country. They wouldn't say
Israel, of course.
They just called them tourists, but they had the full thing. What is it, like the Orthodox look?
Yeah.
With the
Hasidic.
The classic,
they're Hasidic.
The classic Hasidic look. Yeah. And they kicked the cross down and then reorganized it into a Star of David. And we're like throwing trash on it and stuff. And like the locals came up and said, "Look, this is our land. You guys got to go." And they said, "No, you were just going." On camera.
But tell them the commentary. What people. Yeah.
Oh,
the commentary was they were promised this land 2,000 years ago, right?
Yeah, those were their promised rocks. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, they got promised rocks, all right. Okay, so I'll get back on track.
I mean, to be fair, those people are all brainwashed,
Yeah, of course.
Like there's the elite group that knows what they're doing, and then they just use these other brainwashed idiots. That's why they don't care about them.
Yeah.
Even in their own circles.
Thank you. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And
but what do you think about this, just quickly?
Yeah.
It says 2025 marks Israel's 77th year, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Corresponding to the age of Jacob when he began his 7-year labor to marry Rachel, which is therefore foreshadowing the time of Jacob's troubles. So they're doing these things on on specific timelines that are based in the Torah, and things like that.
All right. Well, it just means they're going to keep pulling shit until they pay for it. If they think they're undergoing tribulations that they bring upon themselves, then they're doing it based on a messianic script that, I
mean, it would make sense because why? Yeah, like what dude was saying. I've seen more so-called anti-Judaic stuff online than I've ever seen before. They're just letting it. They just open the floodgates. Now every video says, "Oh, it was Israel," and so it's almost like they're allowing it now. Which what would be the play for that other than to bring on these things these tribulations or whatever?
Then why are they shutting me down?
Well, because you're actually talking about different
Thank you.
It's not just senseless. You actually are talking about something.
Thank you.
These other people just say, "Oh, evil Jews." They don't give context. I mean, they're not giving context.
Thank you.
But to be fair, that's why they hated your bio sire. He wrote the whole book on why they screwed over the Weimar Republic.
Thank you.
You can't have these people that actually analyze it.
Thank you.
That's a problem.
Thank you. They hate that.
Yeah.
They hate that. Yes. And so, okay, well, anytime you want to interject, please do. I'll get back on train of thought. But
Okay, yeah, no, Karen, I think I've had enough myself.
oh, well,
I could care less what these people do. Just give me some slice of the pie. Shit. I think that's their problem. Is they used to be like, like slicing it up for people. Now it's just like they're putting the screws down.
Yeah, that's it.
So I don't think people are going to stand by that long if everyone's poor except for them. I think that's what happened before.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. There you go. It's well, okay. Well, the Trump administration is now planning a sweeping crackdown on the Democratic Party and on progressive politics as a whole. Now, I think it was something like, it was just last week, the president filed a $15 billion lawsuit against the New York Times, several of its reporters, and a major publisher for writing things he didn't like. The Times, the publisher, Penguin Random House, I believe. Both the New York Times and the publisher, Penguin Random House, called the suit meritless. In another era, this would have seemed laughable, but some major mainstream mass media machine companies have concluded that settling such claims is more expedient than defeating them in court. Trump's son has suggested going beyond lodging defamation claims, bluntly advocating the abridgment of the First Amendment. Now, the week before last, Donald Trump Jr. said, "You can't call someone who you disagree with or simply can't win an argument with a Nazi, a fascist, a dictator, a greatest threat to democracy in the history of civilization, and then pretend you had nothing to do with it when the more radical wing, and there does not seem to be all that much difference to me these days, takes up arms and tries to kill those they disagree with." Talk about
double speak dribble.
Talk about projection. Yes.
Yeah, come on.
Takes up arms like your average leftist. Where do they even get these guns? Where would they wouldn't even know what to buy. They wouldn't even know what kind of ammo to put in their firearm. So yeah, but
that's what's so absurd. And then the other guy, the patsy, using like a World War II gun. Did you hear about that?
Thank you.
Or excuse me, World War I rifle.
Thank you. Yeah, which
can shoot through like 3 elks and shit.
Yes, it would have blown up the guy's head. Would have blown off his fucking head. His head would have exploded. That would have been. Yeah, we wouldn't have had the satisfaction of watching him choke in his own blood because there would have been no head there to do that. It just would have been. Thank you. Now, rejecting the horrors of political violence is indeed essential to a functional democratic society, but that is why free speech is so important. A Kirk quote has been circulated widely in the past few weeks. "When people stop talking, that's when you get violence." Of course, this is all bullshit.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah. I mean, the fact that it comes from Kirk's mouth shows you its emptiness, and obviously it's.
What about countries like Sweden where they don't ever do stuff like that, and no one's shooting each other?
Yeah. Well,
hardly.
You know who does the mass shootings? Right wingers, just like everywhere else. Right wingers.
Well, because he was listening to Americans.
They were listening to Americans. To talk about it. It's
defend. You gotta defend tyranny. It's just like, dude, that guy had the highest standard of living on earth. What is there to kill for him?
Thank you. Remember that stupid Henrik Palmgren saying, "Oh, Sweden, we've lost our freedom." It's like, what are they doing to you in Sweden? Are you being whipped? Are you, what the fuck? Everybody would die to get there.
They always use Sweden as an example. Like, apparently they started putting chips in people's hands, and it's just some pilot program that they've done out here. Like Amazon does it out here all the time. Yeah. And they said Sweden is chipping its citizens.
It's voluntary. It's fucking voluntary. It has nothing to do
It's
with.
it's just like the same thing that Elon Musk does with his
Yeah.
stupid shit.
Yeah, when
but
he does
here
it, they
it's
think.
fine.
Yeah, when he does it, they think it's from God and shit.
It's totally fine. But when Sweden does it, it's like oppressed,
Yeah,
evil.
Understand? It's words that cause killings. It's the words that drive people to kill. That's why we call.
I mean, is there a solution though? Like, obviously education, but like, because theoretically you could remove the First Amendment, but then you can't stifle speech too much.
Well, like I said, first off,
right? There has to be some kind of.
You have to earn the right. First off, it's not an inalienable right. You have to earn the right. Consider it a privilege. First thing we would do in reconstituting, meaning retemplating, reformatting the Constitution, would be to understand that you don't have rights, you have privileges, and you have to earn them. You have to prove you're a good citizen. You have to prove that you're not somebody who's out of your fucking mind and just causing trouble. People fling words and words are far more dangerous than bullets. They're literally incendiary. They'll bring down buildings.
Right.
So you've got to
be.
But
the second you say that, half these plonkers will say fascist. Wants to control us.
You got to be educated. It's just the same with driving. You have to go through driving courses to drive and get a certificate. You have to go through courses in order to speak on the internet. Otherwise, you're welcome to cruise it, but you cannot enter comments. That sort of thing. It's called rational limits on what otherwise we see what's happening. We see what's happening.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it makes sense to me.
But take a look.
Yeah,
go on. Yeah.
They would say re-education camps or something like China.
It's not re-education. Yeah, I'm talking about starting for the children. For the older people, I don't think there's any hope.
No.
So they're already lost. They're either with us or against us. But take a look at the MAGA. They're the ones demanding censorship right now. The MAGA embrace of censorship is not a bid to win any battle of ideas.
I mean, the contradiction is absurd.
Yeah, it's to force people to shut up.
And they've totally went against Western traditions. Like all these people like Sarion and all these people, they'll say, the great Western magical tradition, which they include like stuff like rhetoric, like all the Platonic stuff, the governance, but they go against it. I mean, they completely destroy it.
Of course. Yeah.
So
thank you. But, with that one quote taken out of context, if people didn't know it was Charlie Kirk, we could say that he warned why this is dangerous. Now, the unlimited calls for social media bans have quickly transformed, as free speech hardliners warned that it always does, into a broader call for censorship. Just last week, on the former Trump aide, Katie Miller's podcast, the Attorney Generalist, Pam Bondi, said, "There's free speech, and then there's hate speech. We will absolutely target you. Go after you."
Weren't they saying that originally?
I said it originally. I'm the one who said, look, all these fuckers who say they're for free speech are just promulgating hate speech.
When people were hitting at them, you can't talk against gays, then they would say, they're using free speech as a weapon, hate speech as a weapon.
Or they're so prohibiting my free speech when I can't say kill fags, is what they would say, these right-wingers. Yes, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, because people were getting charged with hate speech, and they say, look, they're going. So it's all topsy-turvy, man.
Well, they're just, now they're taking it and they're employing it against everyone else because they're in power.
It reminds me of the Blake quote again. The fist that crushes the tyrant's head becomes the tyrant in its stead. It's just, they took over and then they're doing the same thing. It's just pointless.
Yes. And so, and Pam Bondi vocalizes it. We will absolutely target you, go after you, if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, which means anything they deem to be hate speech. Now, in a response to the Kirkdown, Miller's husband, the White House aide Stephen Miller, vowed to uproot and dismantle all liberal groups. All liberal groups. Now, the law does not. Yeah, I mean, really. Yeah, it's like what
This
is that?
sounds like Mao and shit.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. The law.
What did they used to call it? Like
Yeah.
when you were against the comrades, there was like a word they used that was similar.
They had deviants in other words. There's devos or deviants, the different totalitarian terms. They would use things like recidivist or reactionary. There's different terms they had. I mean, it's down to that,
Like,
of course. No, yeah, it's. But whatever else you recall or recollect, yeah, feel free to interject it.
yeah, it's not coming back to me, but yeah, carry on.
Yeah, the
I'll think
law
about it.
does not, in fact, recognize any such distinction between free speech and hate speech, as more traditional conservatives, such as the National Review's Charles C.W. Cook, so note. Yet even the putatively libertarian Senator Rand Paul is endorsing employers punishing speech from their workers. It just goes to show libertarians are the fucking worst. I've always said that. Now, appearing on the latest episode that I reviewed of the Charlie Kirk Show podcast, which was mandatory because I had to see what the fucker said, which was guest hosted by the U.S. Vice President himself, J.D. Vance, White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller vowed that we're going to use every resource we have at the Department of Justice, Homeland Security, and throughout this government to identify, disrupt, dismantle, and destroy these networks and make America safe again for the American people. It will happen, and we will do it all in Charlie's name. That's a quote. Now, during same podcast, the Vice President Vance, who, like Trump and numerous Edomites, claimed to champion free speech, took aim at people who are celebrating Kirk's liquidation, proclaiming that he wanted to explore all the ways that we're trying to figure out how to prevent this festering violence that you see on the far left from becoming even more and more mainstream. You have the crazies on the far left who are saying, oh, Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance, they're going after constitutionally protected speech. We're going to go after the network that foments, facilitates, and engages in violence.
I'm reading this here. The AI aggregated all the terminology from the Soviet and other purges.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, perceived enemies. It's like they took this step by step.
Mm-hmm.
The Chistka, the purge, then repression, then show trials, then gulag, which we know, and then the terms enemy of the people, the kulak, a wealthy peasant, socially alien, individuals or groups unsuitable for Soviet society, which they've been using this term now, a Trotskyite, wreckers or saboteurs. So yeah, they're basically, I mean, we know already, but yeah, there you go.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll just wrap it up with Vance and Miller, but the point has to be made, and then I'm going to get ugly. So it's just a forewarning to anybody listening. It's going to get deep. You may not be able to stand it. A lot of people are just going to drown in this. But
well, are you insinuating we'll get to the red sector, like the Pol Pot level?
Well, I'm going to go on to Kirk's dying by gunshot and his worship of the firearms, and go back to Moloch and Brandon Young. Like I said, he sacrificed his baby to redeem himself with the process of Moloch, which is a process. It's not a god. People confuse it with the god, but it's different gods that the Moloch sacrifice was made to. Gods of various
the god
sins.
was Baal.
Baal was one of them. Baal was one of them, yes. The other one was Melekart. So these are gods who are basically appeased with the blood of the elite. The elite. I'll go into that, and that's what Brandon Young was trying to.
I'll lead you to this.
The game. Yeah, he was trying to regain the name of Pain so he could inherit the fortune, but they not only didn't accept his child sacrifice, they considered it unworthy and tried to execute him anyway. And then he wound up trying to infiltrate us and discredit us in order to gain his to curry favor back with his father. Does that make sense? You understand that now? Why he was here, trying to promote Aquino on my program. Anyhow, if you wish to interject with that, please do. Otherwise, to move forward, Vance and Miller's threats, they glaringly ignore right-wing violence, which statistically outpaces left-wing attacks by orders of magnitude, including the recent assassinations of Democratic Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark Hortman, who were murdered in June by a right-wing masked gunman disguised as a police officer. Of all things. Talk about abuse of authority. By the way, thank you for calling back. I appreciate that. Somehow the call got knocked off. Are you there? Can you hear me? Let's see if he registers. Now, I presume, of course, that we're still broadcasting. Everybody let us know. And it looks like I'm the only one on this call, so I'm not quite sure how that's working. But we still seem to be live streaming, and that's what counts. We'll soldier ahead. Now, the week before last, the investigative reporter Jason Palladino reported that the United States Department of Justice censorially removed an academic study previously published on the National Institute for Justice's online library, proving that since 1990, far-right extremists, well, let's put it this way. Should I instigate the call? I don't know. We might cancel the one that I'm on, but what the fuck? Okay, so conducting the audio call again. Let's try that. See if something comes up with it. Maybe it was Brendan instigated the call. Let me know, Brendan. If you can come on and say you're here, that's fine. Otherwise, I'm just moving ahead. Again, the week before last, the investigative reporter Jason Palladino reported that the United States Department of Justice censorially removed an academic study previously published on the National Institute.
I wasn't calling. There was some kind of glitch or something.
Well, they hung up the call. They shut down the call. So thank you for restarting it.
Yeah, so that was an outside source. That was not my call.
Oh, well, I get it. I totally get it. I mean,
like, I turned off the Teams completely, so it's definitely not normal.
No, of course not. But nothing ever is in my case. No. So long as we're still streaming. We're still streaming, right? That's what counts.
Yeah, that's how I heard the rest, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, again, what happened was the United States Department of Justice removed an academic study previously published on the National Institute for Justice's online library, proving that since 1990, far-right extremists have committed far more ideologically motivated homicides than far-left or radical Islamist extremists, including 227 events that took more than 520 lives, versus only 42 ideologically motivated attacks that took 78 lives committed by Islamo extremists, and not a single activity to harm anybody by far-left extremists in these United States. Now, responding to Miller's remarks, the New Republic staff writer Greg Sargent noted on social media that Stephen Miller was directly involved in one of the largest acts of organized domestic political violence the United States has seen in modern times: the 2021 January 6th insurrection. Okay, so our man Aristides is on PC, so if you want to say hi, go ahead. So just acknowledging you're here. And hopefully he's on the call now, based on his action. Just says waiting for others to join. So not quite sure how all this is working. And if I've got some notification from him, I can't see what it is. Aristides says, oops. Okay, so oh, that's right. So answer my call. So I'll call you. I guess. or don't answer. Just bring this to the end. Look, what they're doing right now is they're just fucking with us, all right? So everybody just don't come back on the call. I don't need any of you. I'm just moving ahead. Because all they're trying to do is stop what I'm going to say. And in a worst case scenario, we'll just end the live stream and I'll start again next week. So everybody, it's your call. Everybody listening. Because right now, this is where they fuck me over, is whenever I go hard, whenever I go deep. Now, when it comes to the Stephen Miller, who's this? Call still active. No need for a call unless you want crosstalk. Forget about it. No more crosstalk. They're trying to fuck with us by ending the call. Just end the goddamn call. Everybody hang up. Just everybody hang up. We're not calling anymore. So let's see if I can do that. And what I'll press is the leave. So let's leave. Which is ironic because Aristides finally got back on the call by the time I clicked the leave button. Now, to get serious, on Monday opening, I think it was this work week actually, the Congresswoman, Diana Diggetti, Democrat from Colorado, she weighed in on Miller's attempt to exploit Kirk's murder, writing on the social media site Blue Sky that it's never acceptable to kill someone for their political beliefs, but the Trump administration exploiting the shooting of Charlie Kirk to follow their authoritarian instincts and crack down on the left is incredibly disturbing. We must end any form of political violence and reject those who try to exploit it. And on Monday, our Democratic California Governor Gavin Newsom, whom I'll tear into later, hopefully on Wednesday, noted on social media that Miller has already publicly labeled the Democratic Party as a terrorist organization. This isn't about crime and safety. It's about dismantling our democratic institutions. We cannot allow acts of political violence to be weaponized and abused to threaten tens of millions of Americans. Now, on Monday, the centrist progressive WFP, the Working Families Party, well, it got on social media to put in its analysis, its 2 cents, so to speak. Now, we can go down this path and it's going to get hard, or I can end the show right now. As far as I'm concerned, I've turned in a day's work and you know how much I need my help. It's up to you. Let's get those numbers up. They fucked it over by killing the call. And here's my policy from this point forward. Once the call is ended, we're not calling anyone back. I'm ending the call. If somebody makes a mistake, they roll over, they end the call, I'm not restarting the call. From this point forward, that's a policy. Fuck that shit. That's bullshit. There's no point in trying to re-pursue the call because the entire intent is to get me to do that, and that just prevents anyone from hearing what I have to say. I'm just busy trying to reach out to everybody, and everybody's just, nobody has it down. Nobody's got their shit together. Everybody's same shit. It's always like, what? Ooh, what? Whatever. And, fuck that. If the call ends, the call ends. As long as the stream's going, I don't need anybody else. Now on Monday, opening the work week before last, the centrist progressive WFP, the Working Families Party, said on social media that J.D. Vance and Stephen Miller want to abuse the catalytic killing of Charlie Kirk to target and dismantle pro-democracy groups. Their comments call to mind some of the darkest periods in American history. They're dividing people based on what box we ticked on our voter registration. Vance and Miller want to stoke fear and resentment to justify their un-American crackdowns on free speech, mass abductions of working people, and military takeovers of our cities. This isn't going to fly. We've survived crises like this before as a country, and we can choose to live in a place where our political freedoms are protected, where we settle disagreements with words, not weapons, and where no one has to fear losing a loved one to gun violence. Well, all too many counterfeit Christians think Jesus would endorse America's worship of guns for that. This week, or was it the last by now? The week before last, the 24-year-old Matthew James Ruth shot and killed 3 cops with an AR-style rifle. He is yet another young white male mass murderer in America whom Republicans will ignore because it doesn't fit their narrative. And it only gets worse. He stalked a woman. He set her truck on fire. He killed her dog. Then he murdered 3 detectives. My deepest condolences to the families of the murdered and injured officers. Yet this is the all too typical profile of a young white male from Hanover, Pennsylvania, whose violent spiral was ignored until it exploded into tragedy. Neighbors and cameras have seen him, video recorded him, creeping outside his ex-girlfriend's home with a rifle. Her truck was set on fire. He was proven to be stalking, trespassing, loitering. There were warning signs everywhere. And yet the system is intrinsically forbidden to stop the cracker pass holder. And believe me, we got black color privilege going in the opposite direction as well. I'll tackle that on Wednesday if I get to Irina. And her assassination, which was a true assassination, unlike what happened to Charlie Kirk. Again, looking at the numbers, wondering if it's worth it. I mean, we got ourselves back online tonight, and we did our best. Up to the listeners. If not, I can go into it on Wednesday, because these are all very, very hard things for people to take. And we can study the Christian aspects of martyrdom along with the aspects of firearms worship in America that cracks into the true American religion. That is worship of Jews and guns and very little else. Well, that and dogs. But all of that being said, one thing I do need is your financial resources to continue. And we'll get back to that, of course, on, when we return on Wednesday, which will be here before you know it. Now, we're going to expect them to cut us off as soon as we start. And we'll just take it from there. Just get back on. Expect them to cut us off. Come back when we get our way back up. When we get the live stream running again. It's all the job of everyone listening to keep coming back. Now, if anyone says, oh, please continue, I'll consider it. They put that in the chat room. If I don't get that in just a matter of minutes, forever hold your peace until Wednesday, at least. So, give me a second here to finish into this tea. And we'll see if anything can be done about the technology, which I don't think there's anything that can be done about the technology of how they shut me out when I start burning bandwidth. But we'll work with it as best as we can. Pronoun pumpkin pie says, please continue. That's cute. That's adorable. Okay, well, we might as well. Can't resist that. We'll go on a bit further tonight. So, as I said, you've got this, there's all these situations where blacks are set free after a crime, like with Irina. Till he did Irina in, he was set free for every crime. And there's a get-out-of-jail free pass for whites concerning every crime up to murder as well. And this is the horror of how that particular story ended, with this particular motherfucker by the name of Matthew James Ruth. Basically what happened was the cracker pass holder, on September 17th, when police went to serve him a warrant, well, Matthew James Ruth was waiting. He opened fire with an AR-style rifle equipped with a suppressor. In seconds, 3 detectives were dead. 12 more officers wounded. When authorities finally made it into the house, they found his ex-girlfriend's dog shot dead in the basement. Here's the bitter truth. If this story did not involve murdered police officers, it's guaranteed. You could bet your eternal immortal soul on a stack of Bibles you would never have fucking heard about it. Because for the Republican Party, for the gun lobby, and for everybody in power today, just like all the religious zealots in motherfucking Israel, deaths only matter when they can be abused for political theater. If it's a cop, Republicans and gun mills, both manufacturers and the gun mongers at the NRA, shout about law and order. If it's a woman terrorized by a violent ex, or a child caught in the crossfire, or an everyday American gunned down at school or in the street, silence. Shrudges. Thoughts and prayers. Just another gun death in America, which the late Charlie Kirk himself would celebrate as a rational price to pay, his words, for our God-given almighty Second Amendment. But the breeder boy, Matt Ruth, doesn't fit the Republican Party's agenda, because they can't abuse his story to fuel their motherfucking culture wars. And that's the real sickness here. A prison rape anti-culture, drowning in bloodshed, while a singularly treasonous Ziorussiist political party state decides which deaths are useful enough to matter. Unlike the kike fucker Charlie Kirk, there will be no flags flown at half-staff. And Trump will simply ignore this shooting, like he does most all others. Yet every one of these lives mattered. Every warning sign ignored is another indictment of a system rigged for inaction. And until we stop letting Republicans cherry-pick tragedies to exploit while ignoring all the rest, we'll keep watching the same horror show repeat itself over and over in perpetuity per a mass sacrificial Moloch industrial machine. Few crimes are more harshly forbidden in the Old Testament than Molochian sacrifice to the anti-gods of Edom. Allow me to relate the lesson of Leviticus. The book of Leviticus, chapter 18, verse 21, and chapter 20, verses 1 through 5, as taught unto myself by no less an anti-theologian than the late Colonel Dr. Michelangelo Aquino. You see, the sacrificial practice of Moloch referred thereunto was of living children consumed in the fires of offering unto Moloch, like those Jew boys did to the 18-month-old Arab baby in the crib. Ever since then, worship of Moloch has been the sign of a deeply degraded culture. The ancient Romans justified the destruction of Carthage by noting that children were sacrificed unto Moloch there. John Milton represented Moloch as the first pagan god who joined Satan's war on humankind. To quote his Paradise Lost in, chapter 1, verses 392 through 396, "First Moloch, horrid king, besmeared with blood, of human sacrifice, and parents' tears. Though for the noise of drums and timbrels loud, their children's cries unheard, that passed through fire to his grim idol." Here again those lines, with recent images seared into our brains, besmeared with blood, and parents' tears. They give the real meaning of what happened at the Annunciation Catholic Church massacre on Wednesday morning, but some 20 days agone, transpiring as it did a mere 13 days in anticipation of Charlie Kirk's own mercy killing, in a mercy to the rest of us, in wake of his own celebration thereof as the rational necessity of sacrifice, his words for our God-given right to bear arms. And reflect upon it on the attack on the Mormon church today by a maniac who, if he had lived through the massacre he perpetrated, would have said, "The Mormons killed my Charlie." That horror, the preceding horror before that, neither can be blamed on just one unhinged person. And here I am referring not to the mass shooter, but to Charlie Kirk. In both cases, responsible in principle for one by his promulgation of sacrifice, the rational necessity of sacrifice for our right to bear arms, responsible for the other by the fag spat that took his life and inspired the motivation behind another church massacre. In either case, it was the mass kinder sacrifice we as an anti-culture made and continually make to our demoniac Kirkian anti-God. The American church worships a new Moloch and its gun rights, and 'tis high time to topple this false god. Another mass shooting, more bodies on the ground, another round of thoughts and prayers and political posturing, more families, more friends torn apart by the loss of loved ones taken too soon, another gaping wound in people's shared experience. People of faith cry out once more, "How long, O Lord?" This time the Holy One answers, "Until you acknowledge your sin of following a false god." False god! Yea, so. Even against the measure of its extraordinary crimes against the world in government, economics, the arts and sciences, the United States of America commits daily spiritual apostasy in the tithing of its own lives, claiming to be a Christian nation, when in fact its true God, its anti-God, is the goddamn gun. And I use that term goddamned most pointedly. We guarantee that madman after madman will have a flood of killing power readily supplied unto himself. We have to make that offering out of devotion to our Moloch, our God. The gun is our Moloch. We sacrifice children to him daily. Indeed, America's anti-God is worse. Moloch was actually a more socially just practice than our own variety of child sacrifice. The practice of Moloch in the Phoenician cultures, as analyzed by the archaeohistorianess Josephine Crawley Quinn, is that there was an aspect of rex nemorensis to the practice, as proven by the elaborate nature of some of the tophets, the burial urns. Just as in Roma, wherein the price of being rex nemorensis was to eventually be sacrificed, so too did the lords of Carthage have a terrible social contract, that of being the first in line to offer sacrifice to Nilkert through the practice of Moloch. In other words, it was not the children of commoners that were sacrificed in the practice of Moloch, but the high-born children. The Moloch was actually an expiatory practice, like that of seppuku in Japanese culture, ritual suicide, the self-immolation that's mistranslated in the English as harikiri, which would literally mean belly slitting. That is to say, if there was a famine or a military disaster, the expectation of Carthage would be that you, the Baal of the city, which is not only a god but a title, because you attain the power of life and death, the power of the Pope, an infallible interpretation of the god through your person. You, the Baal of the city, would be expected to be putting up your own child. So in a sense, Moloch was more fair than the great god Gun. The elite lined up to sacrifice their children in atonement to the commoners for a failed harvest, for a lost battle. In Carthage, it would be the children of the rich and powerful that were sacrificed first when a misfortune befell the city, then steadily lower and lower layers of the social caste system. The people at the bottom of society, well, their children wouldn't be considered even worthy of the gods. In America, the massacre of the gun falls randomly, but generally, almost universally and exclusively on poorer and minority communities. Sometimes, as at the Minneapolis Catholic school shooting, by directly throwing them into the fire hose of bullets from our protected private killing machines. Sometimes by blighting our children's lives by the death of a parent, a schoolmate, a teacher, a protector you may not have even known in life, except for the fact that they threw their body in front of yours. This almost certainly happened at the Mormon Church today. Yesterday by now, as we're past midnight in the West. Oftentimes, this is done by mass killings. Hundreds so far this year. Oftentimes by private offerings to the anti-God. Thousands this year thus far. The gun of America's lower Moloch is not a mere tool, an object of technology, a political issue, a point of debate. It is a sacred artifact of reverence. Devotion thereunto precludes interruption with the sacrifices it entails. Like most gods, it does as it will, what it will, and cannot be questioned. Its acolytes think it is capable only of good things. It guarantees life and safety and freedom. It even guarantees the law. Law groweth therefrom. How, then, can law question it? Its power to do good be matched by its incapacity to do anything wrong. It cannot kill. Guns don't kill. People do. Thwarting the god is what kills. If it seems to kill, that is only because the god's bottomless appetite for death has not been adequately fed. The answer to problems caused by guns is ever and always more guns. Millions of guns. Guns everywhere. Carried openly. Carried secretly. In bars. In churches. In offices. In government buildings. Only the lack of guns can be a curse, not their beneficent omnipresence. Adoration of Lo-Moloch permeates this prison rape anti-culture we call America, imposing a hushed silence as he walks among us, as he works his will. One cannot question his rights, even as the blood is gushing through our idol's teeth. The White House spokesman invokes the silence traditional in religious ceremony. It is not the time to question Lo-Moloch. No time to be right. In fact, no time ever be right for showing disrespect for Lo-Moloch. The fact that the gun is a reverenced god can be seen in its manifold and self-evidently resistless powers. How do we worship it? Let me count the ways. Number 1, it has the power to destroy the reasoning process. It forbids making logical conclusions. We are required to deny that there is any connection between the fact that we have the greatest number of guns in private hands and the greatest number of deaths therefrom. Denial on this scale always comes from or is protected by religio-fundamentalism, just like in Israel. Thus do we also deny global warming, or evolution, or biblical errancy. Reason itself be helpless before such abject faith. Number 2, it has the power to turn all our politicians as a class into mute and invertebrate attendants at the shrine. None dare suggest that Lo-Moloch can in any way be reined in without being denounced by the Pope of this religion, the former United States Marine and National Rifle Association CEO Doug Hamlin, as trying to destroy Lo-Moloch, to take away all guns. They whimper and say they never entertained such heresy, our politicians. Many flourish their own guns while campaigning, or boast that they have themselves hunted varmints, by which I assume they mean that they've lynched minorities or something. Better that the children die or their lives be blasted than that a politician should risk an election against the dread sentence of NRA excommunication. Number 3, it has the power to distort our constitutional thinking. It says that the right to bear arms, a military term, gives anyone, anywhere in our country, the power to mow down civilians with military weapons. Even the Supreme Court has been cowed, reversing its long, hundreds-year history of recognizing that the Second Amendment applied to the well-regulated militia as already embodied in our National Guard. Now the court feels bound to guarantee that any and every madman can indulge his religion of slaughter. Lo-Moloch brooks no dissent, especially from the highest court in the land. Though Bill Backenberg is the pope of this religion, its most successful Peter the Hermit, preaching the crusade for Low Moloch, was Charlie Kirk, a symbol of the Americanism of loving guns. One Republican state lawmaker in Oklahoma now wants to require every public university in the state to erect statues to slain far-right activist Charlie Kirk. On Friday, into the weekend before last, Jeffrey Sachs, an assistant professor at Nova Scotia's Acadia University, called attention to a bill by Oklahoma state senators Shane Jett, a Republican, and Dana Prieto, another Republican, that would mandate every public university in the Sooner State build a Charlie Kirk Memorial Plaza. The bill, which has been filed as Senate Bill 1187, and I don't believe it yet has a formal name, would force universities to set aside a portion of real estate in a visible public location, like the quad, the student union, or main entrance pathways, to maximize public awareness and utilization. Senate Bill 1187 would also make it a requirement for schools to erect a statue of both Kirk and his family, and to include a plaque honoring Kirk as, to read their writ, to quote their proposition, their prospectus, a voice of a generation, modern civil rights leader, vocal Christian, martyr for truth and faith, and free speech advocate. Square or plaza plans should include a statue of Charlie Kirk sitting at a table with an empty seat across from him, or a statue of Charlie Kirk and his wife standing and holding their children in their arms as a central element of the square or plaza design. The statue design and size shall be approved by the legislator as part of the overall design review and approval process. Universities would be authorized to accept donations to fund the cost of these monuments. To read from the prospectus, from the National Endowment for the Arts and any private, corporate, or public source to fund the development, maintenance, and enhancement of the squares or plazas and any associated statues. It also stipulated that the state legislature may appropriate tax dollars as a donation matching funds as a way of showing broad-based support for the squares or plazas of the American martyr Charles James Kirk. Additionally, the bill makes it clear that any student, employee, or faculty member who vandalizes or defaces statues of the American hero Charles James Kirk on their campuses must face steep punishment, including immediate termination of their enrollment or employment. And the legislation even includes an emergency declaration it deems necessary for the preservation of the public peace, health, or safety in order to immediately have this legislation go into effect. You know, in July, Wallet Hub found Oklahoma ranked 50th out of 51 states, when including Washington, the District of Columbia, in public education, the absolute bottom of the barrel. So low you can't scrape it off the microscope slab. The people over there can't even read and write. None of them know how to add. When the number gets past 10 and they have no more fingers to count, they take off their shoes so they can count their toes. Oh, I forgot. They don't wear shoes over there. That's why they all got the ringworm. Oh, it's hookworm that comes up through the soles. You know, only New Mexico ranked further behind the Sooner State. Criteria used to determine rankings included test scores, graduation rates, school safety, and bullying rates, which I'm sure in both those states I've just mentioned must be pretty fucking high. I don't know if they count school shooting as bullying. They probably count that as a religious expression. Yet I myself have oft thought that we should raise a statue of Charles James Kirk at each of the many sites of multiple murders around our land. If we raised a statue of Charles James Kirk commemorating every mass shooting, we would soon have armies of statues with entire droves of Kirkian acolytes standing sentry at the shrines of Lo Moloch, dotting our landscape in usurpation of all the fallen Confederate idols. Lo Molochism be the one religion that can never be separated from the state. The state itself bows down to Lo Moloch and protects all the sacrifices made unto him. So let us celebrate the falling bodies and rising Kirk statues as a demonstration of our fealty, our bondage to the great God gun. But can Charles James Kirk really be considered a martyr to his anti-God? Liberals need to stop spreading this myth about Charles James Kirk. Since Charlie Kirk's death in the week before last, a number of his followers from the Christian right have ascribed him the title of martyr. President Donald Trump himself called Kirk a martyr for truth and freedom. Similarly, at a Sunday morning church service, Rob McCoy, a pastor emeritus from my own Golden State nation of California, said, "Today we celebrate the life of Charlie Kirk, a 31-year-old God-fearing Christian man, a husband, father of two, a patriot, a civil rights activist, and now a Christian martyr." Now a Christian martyr. Really? Really? Looking back at the history of martyrdom offers insight into what it means for Kirk to be hailed as a martyr, both for his memory and for the future of these United States. It's all about the cycle from witness to criminal to witness again. The term martyr emerged in ancient law courts with the Greek word mertos, meaning a witness or a person who giveth testimony. From their earliest days, Christians appropriated it to refer to those who testified to the gospel of Jesus Christ. The Gospel of Luke even concludes with Jesus telling his disciples vis-a-vis the book of Luke, chapter 24, verse 48, "Ye bees martyrs, witnesses of these things." For, well, early Christians who regularly ran afoul of Roman authorities and were brought to court as criminals, well, those charges generally revolved around questionable loyalty to the Roman state and religion. Could someone worship Jesus and also offer sacrifice to the traditional gods, including the emperor or his divine spirit? Id est his genius. The genius is the inborn moral nature or attendant generative power as manifest via a tutelary guardian. So when you're dealing with the emperor, it is his genius and himself. Christians and Romans alike thought not. From the 2nd century onward, accounts of these trials centered on a single question. Are you a Christian? If the answer was yes, execution followed. For local authorities, the executed person was a criminal. But for fellow Christians, they were witnesses to the truth of the gospel, and their deaths were evidence of the Christian God. They were both witness and testimony. Martyrs. Martyrs in every sense. In 2004, Elizabeth Castelli, a scholaress of early Christianity, postulated that martyrs are born only after their death. That the martyr is not a fact, but a figure produced by the stories told about them, and the honor afforded them in ritual commemorations. A person is not a martyr until other people within a specific community decide they are. To understand what makes someone a martyr, you have to ask 3 questions. 1. What are they a witness to? As in, what ideal or cause led to their death, and how did their death testify thereunto? Number 2, who are they a witness for? Who tells their story, and who calleth them a martyr? Here we have boundaries and borderline cases we have to consider. The history of martyrdom is also a history of debates over what kind of death counts and what role martyrs play in the church. Questionable cases have accumulated through the decades. Some martyrs volunteered eagerly, perhaps too eagerly. On April 29th of 304 Anno Domini in the Christian era, an archdeacon named Euplus stood outside the city council chamber in Catania, Sicily, shouting, "I want to die! I am a Christian!" After some discussion, the governor sentenced him to torture, and he died of his injuries. I'm sure he questioned his choice at some points in that procedure, but we have to ask, was this martyrdom or simply suicide? Like, was he in so much pain he was willing to suffer more at once just to be put out of his misery? He could have had a condition. Under Christian emperors from the 4th century on, soldiers who died fighting Persians, or later the Arabs, also came as to be called martyrs. A soldier's death is especially considered martyrdom if they fought against members of a different religion, the heathen or the infidel of an enemy faith. However, the soldier martyr label has also raised anxieties. Granted, they were fighting on behalf of Christ for the empire of Christ, but the most recent example came as from the troubling claim, we'll call it the false prospectus, from the Russian Orthodox Patriarch Kirill, that Russian soldiers who die fighting in Ukraine against Orthodox Christians, no less, are martyrs. Despite fighting fellow Orthodox Christians, what do these soldiers testify to? Russia's recent violations of NATO airspace have further exposed the security gap between transatlantic allies. The stories of martyrs define community borders. Those who kill martyrs tend to be treated as enemies of the faith, whether they are Roman authorities, enemy combatants, or even people assumed to be complicit in the event. The imperative for Europeans to build credible deterrence by bolstering their military posture, as well as their financial and industrial efforts, has never been more urgent. Because this is now obviously an unholy war waged by an excommunicated church under a corrupt patriarch in a conflict of conquest and expansion. It brings us to the very concept of the so-called Judeo-Christian MAGA martyr, who fights for two faiths, well, actually one, Judaism, as opposed to Christianity. The MAGA martyr. Let's apply the 2 questions aforesaid to Charles James Kirk, the Judeo-Christian MAGA martyr, dubbed both a martyr and the patron saint of MAGA, which is simply the Persian word for mage, magician, or sorcerer, the patron saint of sorcery. MAGA is the mark of the beast. Every man or woman who wears the red cap bearing the words MAGA bears the word sorcerer. They are ensorcelled by the magic I discussed earlier in the arc of narrative tonight. But the questions. What would Charles James Kirk be a martyr to? To his devotees and those on the MAGA right, he died for free speech, supposedly for truth itself, for a commitment to Western civilization, and for Judeo-Christian values. The word Judeo-Christian itself must be retired. We all too frequently hear preachers, ordinary people, and politicians invoke the term Judeo-Christian, usually paired with the word values. The 73-year-old Franklin Graham speaks this way, as did the risible Rush Limbaugh, as does the demented Donald John Trump. Do you know who generally does not use this word? Jews. As the Rabbi Danielle Rutenberg noted in her musk-scrubbed Twitter thread, the idea of Judeo-Christian is weird to most Jews since they were persecuted and even mass murdered by Christians for over 1,000 years. Indeed, the modern state of Israel was founded because some European Jews in the late 1800s finally concluded they would never be accepted in Christian Europe, thus birthing the Zionism movement to create a Jewish home in Palestine/Israel. Jews' experience in Christian lands has been as the other, not as an us. As Rutenberg has pointed out, the term also ignores that much of Jewish thought and history occurred under Muslim rule, which, while not always benevolent, was frequently better than in Christian lands. Judaism is generally considered more like Islam than like Christianity. So grouping Jews with Christians, but not Muslims, is ahistorical to say the least. So where does this contrafactual canard comest from? It is fairly recent in origin, emerging in the 1800s to describe Jewish converts to Christianity. Jews for Jesus, in other words. But in the first half of the 20th century, the word was redefined by liberal Christians to fight retro-conservative Judeophobia by arguing that Jews were us and not them. Here, the term was inclusive. Post-World War II, however, the term became exclusive as those same retro-conservative Amero-Christians, or Christo-Americans, repurposed it to contrast American values to those of the atheistic Greater Soviet Union. Despite This usage, the tri-faith educational intern Jason Rithe has noted that many retro-conservatives who invoked the term nonetheless still supported Judeophobic practices like quotas in universities. Today, the term is ammunition in the culture wars over issues like 2S rights and abortion. Paleo-reactionaries have identified a new enemy, liberals, and weld the term to accuse liberals of undermining society's moral foundations. All too ironically, these culture wars do not pit Jews and Christians versus others, but are partly intra-communal disputes, with paleo-reactionary Jews and Christians against liberal Jews and Christians. When the word is not targeting liberals today, it is targeting Muslims. This abusage follows the class of civilizations theses that defines the West as an identity at war with Islam. As noted earlier, many scholars and practitioners find Judaism to be more like Islam than Christianity, so the term is not about similarities at all. It is about othering. Othering. Exclusivity of someone you identify outside. In multicultural societies, the word excludes everyone else, since how can Sikhs, Hindus, Buddhists, etc. be full citizens if the society's very definition of culture leaves them out? Is it equality for all or not? In summary, Judeo-Christian is a Christo-nationalist imposture, mostly abused by Christians in a manner that ignores actual Jewish experience and simply internalizes Jews when convenient, generally for the purpose of excluding all other groups, a practice Jews know and practice all too well themselves, hence where it comes from. There is no Judeo-Christian civilization. One can speak of Western civilization, which has its virtues and its sins, including tribalism, the former including aspirations towards equality and universal values. Those former values are admirable and attract many immigrants. If the West is to live up to those aspirations, then there can be no religious hierarchy. The path forward is to let this term fade away in the pursuit of inclusion and belonging for all. But to the othered, especially those Charles Kirk attacked and denigrated publicly, such as queer and trans people, immigrants, Muslims, and feminists, Chuck the Kirkster died for white nationalism, hatred, and exclusion. This takes us back to the second question. Who is Charlie Kirk a martyr for? Clearly, the answer to this is Christo-nationalists, MAGA adherents, and the broader Russo-radicalized American right. He testified in life to their shared beliefs and anti-values, and in death is their patron saint. The legacy of Kirk's death will be to define who is part of this community and who is excluded. The question then is, will a division framed in such polarizing terms come as to define American society as a whole? This takes us from love to vengeance. The history of martyrdom offers a different way forward. The early theologian, Clement of Alexandria, said someone becometh a martyr, not because of their death, but because of their love, averring that the only true witness is love, because God is love. The only honor one can offer the martyrs is to love as they loved, to love something, someone, so much they gave us their lives. Clement ministers that it's possible to reject vengeance and sectarianism even if one loves the martyrs. Yet against this historic preconization for felicitation is fomented naught but the rhetoric of revenge. Following Kirk's death, people on the far right called for violent revenge against the left, even though the shooting suspects' political motivations are entirely unknown. The mainstream mass media machine has reported a surge in radicalization on right-wing platforms. There are even entire websites dedicated to doxing anyone who dares to speak negatively about Charles Kirk and abusing that information to get them fired or to threaten their very lives or those of their loved ones. So what can a nice liberal say about a man who made his fortune peddling gutter racism and vicious conspiracy theories? They can't praise Kirk's wit, which ran towards LaQuisha jokes and cringeworthy impressions of black women. They can't lionize him as a worthy intellectual opponent. This was, after all, someone who was so deranged as to literally believe Haiti, the island of Haiti, is infested by demonic voodoo that's turning people into cats. With limited raw material to work with, the image makers have repackaged Charlie Kirk as a Molochian champion of reason and dialogue. It would have been enough to condemn Kirk's catalytic decommissioning, denounce political violence, and extend profound sympathy to his family, but leading liberals felt obliged to remake a snarling crank into a martyr for liberal democracy. Our own treasonous California governor Gavin Newsom kicked off all the myth-making. Quote, "I knew Charlie, and I admired his passion and commitment to debate. The best way to honor Charlie's memory is to continue his work, engage with each the other across ideology through spirited discourse." Unquote. In the New York Times, Ezra Klein wrote, "Kirk was practicing politics in exactly the right way. He was showing up to campuses and talking with anyone who would talk to him. He was one of the era's most effective practitioners of persuasion." Here, Klein is contrasting Kirk's nonviolent approach with that of the Mormon who put him down. It's damning Kirk by false praise to say he was doing politics better than his mercy killer, but it damns Klein all the more so because it's unequivocally false. Holding Kirk up as a champion of tolerance and dialogue paints him in a false light to millions who might only know him through a New York Times headline or gruesome Newsom socials. Kirk's commitment to democratic values was situational at best. He bussed insurrectionists to the Capitol on July 6th to murder our legally elected representatives and overthrow our legal government. He's a traitor who should have been shot right then and there. Executed. Legally. With full constitutional justification against a traitor. Free speech was but a blunt weapon for him, not any universal principle. He got his start as a state operative by compiling McCarthyite lists of liberal professors. For years, he and his organization built support for speech bans and laws muzzling academics. Far from valuing respectful dialogue, Kirk always painted his political enemies as less than real Americans. He continually called for the representativist Ilhan Omar, an American citizen and a sitting member of Congress, to be for her to be denaturalized and deported. Kirk made light of political violence against his adversaries, whether it was the crimes of the J6ers, the attempted murder of Paul Pelosi, or the recent terror spree in Minnesota. Kirk urged his millions of listeners to bail out Pelosi's attacker. That hammer-wielding assailant was trying to kidnap then-Speaker Nancy Pelosi based on the same mass-aberrant 2020 election conspiracy theories Kirk himself broadcast to his audience of millions, in effect acting on Kirk's order. But Kirk compounded the felony by baselessly insinuating that the attacker was Pelosi's gay lover. When an anti-vaccine Christo-nationalist terrorist shot 2 Democratic state legislators and their spouses, Kirk blamed the Minnesota governor, Tim Walz. Charlie Kirk was a prolific and vituperative racist even by the standards of MAGA-fluencers. Last year, Kirk tweeted, "Anyone holding a DEI job, a diversity, equity, and inclusivity job, deserves your scorn. Next time you meet one, you should ask them, you're a stupid person doing a race hustle job. How do you live with yourself?" So much for comity. Comity is spelled C-O-M-I-T-Y, means the comity of nations or peoples, not comedy, though this is comedy in the blackest sense. It's along the lines of Beavis and Butthead, except much worse. Kirk claimed his black enemies were incompetents who got their jobs through racial preference. Justice Ketanji Onyeka Brown Jackson, former Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris, and former Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin were just a few of the leaders he derisively dismissed as diversity hires. Of our nation's newest Supreme Court Justice, Ketanji Onyeka Brown Jackson, Kirk said, "You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously." Kirk's contempt for black women ran the gamut from New York Attorney Generalist Tish James, whom he called a black savage, to customer service reps. To quote his T, how did he say it? If I'm dealing with someone in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I wonder, is she there because of her excellence, or is she there because of affirmative action? Insulting black pilots became part of Kirk's rancid shtick. To quote his T, "I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified." Another time, Kirk mimicked an imaginary black pilot called LaQuisha James, whom he imagined as so incompetent, she greeted the passengers with, "Hi, ladies and gentlemen, pray for me." Yet, on yet another broadcast, he did a bit about imaginary dudes, Raymond and Cadillac. His update on Vinnie Barbaric, alias Peter Moon's Amos and Andy, getting to fly the plane just because they're black. When a plane crashed or a natural disaster struck, Kirk got off on picking out any black, female, or gay officials labeling them DEI hires and accusing them of killing innocent people. He was such a deranged racist that he tried to blame the black fire chief of Austin, Texas, for flash flood deaths in Kerr County, 130 fucking miles away. Kirk plastered that man's name and face across the internet, demanding violent reprisals against both himself, the man, and his family. Kirk tweeting, "They brought the chief in from Atlanta, and his priority was not putting out fires or being prepared for floods. No, his priority was to make sure that the fire department was blacker. How many little girls died at Camp Mystic because the Austin Fire Department hired a DEI fire chief?" Kirk shamelessly exploited the fears of his audience. He claimed that more and more in America, prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. Kirk's group, TPUSA, TPUSA, Turning Point USA, wrapped itself in the white boy summer flag and even sold merch with the notorious white supremacist slogan. We are not going to solve the crises of political violence by clinging to self-engendered illusions. Charlie Kirk was a victim of his own overprivileged sense of immunity. He tripped over his own forked tongue and broke his fucking neck, but he was no goddamn martyr. Okay. All right. Kisses to pronoun pumpkin pie who presents themselves as a female. And let's give her love and hugs before we end the live stream. And all right, so everybody make certain to pass the recording of this to everyone you know. All right, with that, we'll be ending live stream. So I took us to 6 hours, more than earned my pay with that one. Especially considering the fact that we had to get ourselves back up and running all over again. Then, of course, they cut the call, and that just, that crashes things in its own right. All right, with that, need your help to pay the rent. We're going to need some contributions. Everybody out there, do everything you can. Spare every penny you can toss my way. And I'll need them right away. All right, let's check. And with that, oh, wrong account here. All right. Okay, with that, join us on Wednesday. It'll be at the same time. And we'll probably start with Irina, and that'll probably cost me a lot in terms of followers, just because I'm gonna hit the black community just as hard. And believe me, I hate blacks as much as I hate whites. There's it truly is this is the land of black and white savages. And thank you so much, dear Aristides, for putting that link up. Goddess bless you. Thank you, Aristides. Love you dearly. Beyond expression. Stay safe and be well. Okay. With that, Aristides, yeah, thank you so much. Okay, we're closing it now. Aristides and I will, well, he knows what to do. And with that, love you, Aristides. Get yourself some rest. Goddess bless you. And with that, we're closing live stream. And if anyone needs to call me on Team Dietrich, make certain to do so before around 10:30 in the morning, approximately, is usually when the home delivered meals arrive. After I get them into refrigeration, I'm usually off. So I'll be incommunicado till approximately a little before eventide on around late-ish afternoon on the on Wednesday, Tuesday. I mean to say Tuesday. Then okay, Wednesday we'll all be back. Make certain to spread the word, and we'll start all over again into an even harder topic. I certainly flagellate the whites, but the blacks deserve it just as much, I assure you. Okay, with that, till Wednesday, when that happens, you consider that my Black Attack episode coming up. Well, just make certain you spread the word.